Morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chief Moore, Mr. Chief Bank, Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is August 3rd. It's 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker, she's present. Commissioner Bonner,
Present.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Present.
Commissioner Sobroff.
Here, thank you.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum also present. We have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, Inspector General, and the City Attorney. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Thank you. I would ask everyone to turn off mute their microphones for the present moment. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone to this meeting. And all public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item, for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment, for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways. These are outlined on the agenda. Submit written public comment in advance of the meeting to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. If you've logged into Zoom, raise your virtual hand, or you call into the phone number listed on the agenda and press *9 if you want to speak on an agenda item. If you wish to just listen to the meeting, you can call in to the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in listening purposes. At this time, we are going to go to item number 1 on the agenda, which is the report of the Chief of Police. Good morning, Chief Moore.
Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. T-Fank, Mr. Inspector General, thank you for this opportunity this morning. As I do each week, I speak about our COVID-19 update, significant events, including any categoricals, crime, and personnel strength. Let me start this morning with that the department is in mourning with the passing yesterday of our 10th member of this organization that has been lost now to COVID, and that is Police Officer Becky Strong of our South Traffic Division. Becky served this city for 27 years, proudly. Significant member of our family, well known throughout the organization, well respected, a voice of always encouragement and support. She was engaged with department activities both on the job as well as off the job as a member of the police unity tour she rode for those who died in the line of service, the line of duty. And unfortunately, this morning, I'm here to report that she lost her life to COVID as she served the city. She's survived by a husband, family, including her mother and 3 siblings. The department, as we wear our mourning bands, and also Mayor Garcetti, who I'm grateful for, has directed that the city's flags, our nation's colors, be flown at half-staff in memory of her loss, but more importantly, her service and dedication to the people of Los Angeles. It is a bleak reminder with her loss that this COVID-19 pandemic still continues. And as we see across the county, the 7-day average of cases increasing 19%. We saw here in Los Angeles LAPD 36 additional cases this week, bringing our total to 2,796 members of the organization that have tested COVID positive. Within that group, we now have 106 of our employees that are at home recuperating from this. That's an increase of 25 additional members. The week-to-week change is essentially flat from the previous week at 33. Hospitalizations in the county have increased 3.8%. We're now at just over 1,100 hospitalized individuals in LA County, with 248 in ICU, a 5.1% increase. With the Delta variant, both inside the department and in the county, we're seeing that the impacts are on the younger population. And the impact of that is largely on those that are unvaccinated. However, we have seen some crossover with those that have been vaccinated. I this morning text an individual of the mayor's crisis response team who's hospitalized, being previously vaccinated, and encouraged him for his recovery. So we're very much in the thick of this. Our efforts internally has been to continue to stress the wearing of masks and face coverings, protecting social distancing, use of hand sanitizers and workstations being sanitized. And in the instance of a positive COVID test, we are using general services resources to sanitize the workplace. This last week, I also am working with Dr. Inyavi, who is our police reserve surgeon at USC. He's joined with resources within our personnel division, as well as Metropolitan Division, who have EMTs within the SWAT unit to initiate a series of mobile vaccination efforts within our stations across Los Angeles here. The effort there is to ensure that we make every opportunity for our members to take the vaccine, to remove any barrier, whether it be time or place, for them to have access to the vaccine, because it is a lifeline. My messaging continues on the importance of this subject. Also, my most recent message, which came out this morning through the department, also identifies that the mayor's announcement last week regarding the mandated vaccination or testing of our personnel is very much an active subject. And in concert with LAPPL and our personnel department, the city's personnel department, the rules and procedures and protocols of that are being formulated now, encouraging our people to pay close attention to department messaging on this. But I'm also learning that this is a requirement that is coming our way. It is meant to save lives, both of our own personnel, their families, but also to make their encounters with the public safer. So it is something that I fully support. And I look forward to the city formalizing these requirements here in the coming days, as well as we see other requirements by the state relative to our custody settings, where our employees working our custody settings have vaccination requirements and or ongoing testing. So the process of this, our efforts to safeguard our people and of the public and the families of all involved will continue, yet in the backdrop of this is this tragic loss. Transitioning to my next topic, as I do each week, if there's any categoricals, we identify those. In this past week, there was a categorical use of force that was a result of my direction of initiating the protocols. A non-categorical use of force is reportable use of force that is investigated at the local level and reviewed through a chain of command as to the policy of whether the use was reasonable, necessary, that it was within the requirements of meeting the high standards of LAPD as to the use of force. Categoricals are much more involved investigations, and ultimately the adjudication of them is before the Board of Police Commissioners. This is protocols that were established with the consent decree nearly 20 years ago. In this instance, this was a investigation involving Topanga patrol officers that resulted in what would otherwise be a non-categorical lower level use of force. But during the investigation of that by the local command, they identified that the individual that was taken into custody complained of having respiratory constraints, that he could not breathe, that there was some constraint or restriction on his neck. The preliminary review of that resulted in my direction in consultation with the Office of the Inspector General that this would be elevated to a categorical use of force to determine the propriety of what occurred. So the details of this are as follows. On the 28th of July, at approximately 3:10 in the morning, in the 22900 block of Mariano Street, that's in the Topanga area of the San Fernando Valley, Topanga officers responded to a radio call of a domestic dispute. Their officers made contact with an individual that was later identified as Jackson Hayes, a male black, approximately 21 years of age. Mr. Hayes was in the front yard of the residence. It was later determined that he was a professional basketball player for the National Basketball Association. Officers informed Mr. Hayes that they had received a call at the location and needed to speak with the victim and requested Mr. Hayes to remain outside while they did so. Body-worn video captured Mr. Hayes repeatedly attempting to enter the residence, despite the officers blocking his path and verbal commands for him to remain outside. Officers requested a backup and then attempted to place Mr. Hayes' hands behind his back. However, apparently he broke free of the officer's grasp and pushed one of the officers into a wall. Officers utilized physical force to take Mr. Hayes down to the ground to overcome his resistance. Once on the ground, Mr. Hayes attempted to get up and continue resisting with officers. Officers utilized 2 deployments of a taser, as well as body weight and physical force during the altercation, which lasted about 2.5 minutes. This altercation lasted those 2.5 minutes before officers were able to handcuff him. Mr. Hayes was placed under arrest and received medical treatment at a local hospital for injuries sustained during the altercation. He was medically cleared and later booked at a nearby jail facility. He was booked for 69 PC, which is resisting an executive officer. It's a felony. One officer did sustain an injury which required medical treatment. He was treated at a local hospital and later released. There was a woman at the location who declined to cooperate with the officer's investigation into the original domestic dispute radio call. The incident was initially, as I stated, investigated by an uninvolved department supervisor. However, during that investigation, it was requested a force investigation assess the incident due to the possibility of force being applied to the suspect's neck during the use of force in taking him into custody. Force investigations reviewed the body-worn video of the incident, and after consultation with my office, with myself, as well as the Office of Inspector General, it was determined that force investigation would investigate and take over the investigative responsibility of this use of force. That investigation will now continue, and as in each categorical use of force, it would be brought before a use of force review board, an internal tribunal or administrative board, and their findings and recommendations will be brought before me. I will summarize my findings and recommendations to this board, and you will have a full review of the facts and circumstances as you come to your decision relative to the application of force during the course of this arrest. Other matter I want to report briefly on is tonight is National Night Out. And this is the National Community Building Campaign that promotes community police partnerships all throughout America. It's an opportunity for members of our community to meet their neighborhood police officers, for those that are working at the beat level. It's also an opportunity for them to hear about crime prevention techniques and tactics, what's occurring in their local neighborhood as to specific instances. While we have an overall reduction in violent crime, overall reduction in Part 1 crime in the city, for instance, we have an increase in thefts of catalytic converters. We see challenges in regards to auto theft, and we certainly have this challenge with the increase in violent crime, specifically shooting violence and homicides. This is also an opportunity that with the isolation stemming from COVID, for us to come together in a COVID compliant fashion. These are open air gatherings, whether it be movie in the park or it be meet and greets. These will be, our personnel will be masked and practicing personal protective efforts such as hand sanitizers and so forth. And I do encourage people to take advantage of the opportunity to come out, enjoy a summer evening and an opportunity to see one another, to encourage their spirit, their hope, that as we move through the summer, that we are better and safer as when we all work together in regards to public safety. Next area I'd like to talk about is our our crime statistics and where we're at. This last week, we saw an overall reduction in shooting violence. That when we look at this last week compared to the week previously, we had 22 individuals that were shot. The week before, you may recall that number was 34. Overall violence, however, in the month of July did increase in comparison to the month of June. Some stats on that to give you perspective is that from July 4th to July 31st, we had 2,541 reported violent crimes in the city of Los Angeles. The previous 4 weeks, that number was 2,393. That is an increase of 5.9%. I'm sorry, that is an increase of 6.2%. When we look at the increase in violent crime from the month of June to July, we do see that overall homicides and sexual assaults dropped. We had 37 homicides during that 4-week period versus 43 the time of 4 week previously. Sexual assaults, there were 72 in the latest 4-week period compared to 106 the previous 4-week period. However, robberies remained relatively flat, with 652 during the month versus 627 the previous 4 weeks. Most particularly of concern is that in regards to robberies is that the number of street robberies and commercial robberies involving firearms has increased proportionality. We see approximately 20% of my last report, 20% of our robberies are being used with a firearm. The suspects are armed with a gun or some type of a firearm, rifle, shotgun, whereas previous years that number was closer to 10%. And the outgrowth of that, of course, is that the higher propensity for violence with presence of a firearm. Our most concerning was our aggravated assaults were up 10%, 1780 for 1,617. And victims shot were up nearly 12%, with 124 versus 111. So our work continues in identifying those areas that are seeing the increase in shooting violence, as well as those responsible. Proud of our people. Violent crime arrests are up 6.6% during the same period, with 1,061 individuals compared to 995. Robbery arrests are up more than 16%, with 197 versus 169. And weapon arrests are up nearly 17%, with 508 versus 433. So our people are working, they're basing their work on situational awareness, on good intelligence, on those locations and offenders. They're out preying upon others. And I believe that they're acting swiftly and appropriately to arrest and bring them before the criminal justice system. Those patterns and series are important as our efforts to counter this violence. However, also important is the criminal justice system and the rest of it continuing. We are now tracking the instances of individuals that during the COVID have been arrested for a serious offense and now have come back on our radar, so to speak, where they've been rearrested during this same COVID pandemic. These are instances in which an individual is arrested for a felony or serious charge involving zero bail or postponed arraignment for months at a time. An individual arrested today, for instance, for a violent felony will not have an arraignment if they bail out for more than 6 months. That can have a dramatic impact on the safety of a community if the individual arrested for the violent offense is a chronic or repeat offender. In the last, since March of last year, we've tracked nearly 350 such instances. What we're asking and encouraging our personnel to do is that there are appropriate bail enhancement strategies that the department can and will and is approaching our courts and asking for them to utilize. I'm proud that our people are engaged in that activity because it's appropriate in that individuals who once arrested and waiting trial, due process, but arrested again for a serious or violent offense, the judicial system must take notice of them as a continued risk that they pose in our communities. So that is one of the strategies in which we're using as an effort to deal with the situation in regards to the impact that COVID has had on our criminal justice system. Lastly, I'll talk about our personnel strength. I'll just draw a note that we have revamped following some questions last week regarding what some of the terminology was. We did revamp the updated sworn and civilian personnel statistic information. It was released this morning, so you may or may not have it before you, but to report on it, we have a total of 9,424 members, sworn members of the department. Our authorized sworn strength by the end of fiscal year 21-22 is 9,706. So we're about 282 people short of that. On our civilian side, we have 2,702 deployed civilian employees with an authorized strength by the end of this fiscal year of 2,842. So we have an opportunity there to grow about 140 personnel critical in regards to our communication services, our custody services operations, as well as our audits and controls and our other professional classes. Proud of the fact that 2,224 members of our communities have signed up to be volunteers to work with us, whether in station houses or on volunteers on patrol or other engagements. And I just encourage any member of the public who has an interest in such an engagement to reach out to the local station. I think they'll find ample opportunities to get behind the scenes, if you will, and see how working alongside fellow police your police officers and police professionals can improve public safety and your impact on the safety of your community. That concludes my reports, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate that. First, I want to, on behalf of the fellow commissioners, express our sincere condolences to the family of Becky Strong, as well as members of the department who worked with her, knew her, and appreciated her. And I understand that she had a wide impact on several citizens in Los Angeles. She was well loved, well liked, well respected, and well regarded. She will be missed. It is a tragedy. I know that she passed from COVID, and that underscores why we must do everything possible within the department to ensure that those members who have yet to be vaccinated get vaccination. And I know that you're working on that, and we appreciate that, Chief. The second thing I want to say is that you mentioned it tonight is the National Nights Out. And I want to encourage, as did the Chief, all members of the public to go out, call your local divisions, find out where these activities will occur, come out, meet members of the department so that you can begin to establish that trust that we've talked about and will continue to talk about. I think this is a first step towards that. I think it's very important. So I encourage all members of the city, to the extent that you can, please come out and join us this evening. Last, Chief, you mentioned violence, and we're still keeping track with that national trend, which is violence seems to be going up. I just have one question on that. What specific activities is the department doing to address the gun violence in our city? We have seen a rapid rise through the initial stages of lockdown, and it has been unabated even to today.
So our work is to strengthen our existing strategies. Those strategies is one, understanding where gun violence is occurring. What are the patterns and series to identify the suspect or offender identities and ensure that officers, whether on patrol, working our gang enforcement details, working narcotics, working any of our street presence, is that they have current information about those we believe responsible. That with those that we identify through investigative follow-up, on-scene investigations, including night watch detectives that respond to shooting violence. And so that we don't lose the overnight, if you will, to pursue the identity of those responsible, so that the day watch can pick up the case and continue in the pursuit of identifying those responsible and bringing before the criminal justice system. Identifying patterns and series. This last week, we had a pattern of, I believe it was 12 robberies, where we had a person believed to be armed with a handgun, and we called it the three-ring bandit. And when we saw those patterns and series, we brought in robbery and homicide. And they joined with other municipalities where these robberies were occurring. And I'm happy to report that they solved that case over the weekend, identified the individual, and he's facing multiple felony charges. So the keenness of this is that our enforcement effort is honed to identify violence first as a primary focus. We're currently increasing staffing of our homicide details so that those responsible for homicides are identified and brought before the criminal justice system. It's critical that while we cannot pull that bullet back, that we identify those that are pulling those triggers, because we know if unabated, that only promotes further violence. I'm proud of the work of our homicide details who have all increased the clearance rates and the accountability of identifying those responsible. That was a challenge for us in 2020. And those numbers now, I believe, are at 68% or 70% of our homicide cases are now being cleared by those investigative efforts. We see our homicide arrests are up 49% this year compared to last year, with 268 individuals arrested versus 180 last year. That number is even higher over a 2-year period, with a 56% increase. So it is putting officers on cases and identifying those responsible and bringing them before the criminal justice system. It is also outreach and engagement with our GRID intervention partners. It's working to stem rumor control, looking to stop the rhetoric and not allow situations to escalate. So it's both the removal of those carrying guns in the street, but it's also working with our intervention and prevention specialists so that we can counter the turf issues and the disrespect that then escalate into acts of violence. Lastly, places. There are places in the city that become hotspots for violence. People who are otherwise just looking to go out and maybe late at night or early in the morning are in public places for lack of other alternatives. But they serve as draw points or heat sinks for individuals who are engaging in violence. We want to work with and will work with those locations, whether it be commercial entities or otherwise, to ensure that those locations are safe and that the circumstances there do not allow or promote violence. Just last night, in an incident in Rampart area, in which apparently that there was a repass or a gathering of individuals at a hall for a loss of a life, mourning a person's passing, gunfire erupted. Officers were nearby and responded and arrested a number of individuals with handguns and saw that there was shooting violence that occurred there. It was a draw point. It was something that would not have otherwise, or should not have happened. This was a mourning a death of individual, but yet it ended up being individuals shooting at each other and further acts of violence that we want to counter. So with that, this year, I'm proud of the work again of our gang enforcement details working with GRID to identify those repass locations, not in an effort to suppress anything or an effort to be a heavy hand, but to work with ambassadors and interventionists to ensure that those places are safe, that individuals there are not there armed with firearms, and that they're not engaged in gunplay. And so this is an ongoing effort. And I'll close by stating that this last week I announced that for the next 90 days, starting this past weekend, we're engaging in strengthening those strategies with added resources of uniform and investigative personnel that I've given discretion to the 21 areas via the bureaus and Chief Grimala of the Office of Operations to develop and dial in which specific strategies for their specific areas, because shooting violence across the city is not uniform. There are areas we see that are particularly more impacted versus, say, Hollywood Boulevard, which has seen foot traffic now return to 80% of its pre-pandemic levels. And with that, associated street violence in the sense of aggravated assaults, which have now increased. And so people who are going to bars and taverns, restaurants, gathering along Hollywood Boulevard, getting into fights and disagreements that end up being aggravated assaults and at times shooting violence. So the strategy there will be different. We're added foot patrols and added vigilance working with ABC providers, alcohol and beverage control, bars and taverns, to ensure we don't have drunk servants, to ensure we don't have people loitering in places that they shouldn't be, than say a West LA, which has a different sense of violence, but yet themselves had a shooting victim this last weekend involving a dispute that erupted out of a 7-Eleven. So it varies across the city, but too many guns, the presence of too many guns and too many hands continues to be a challenge of every corner of the city. And our strategies, lastly, working with ATF and the U.S. Attorney and with President Biden's announced strategies to use and call out LA as one of the pilot efforts to suppress the trafficking of ghost guns and the trafficking of guns into this region is also an area that we look forward. There's not been movement on that yet. We look forward to seeing that task force engage and I believe strengthen the tactics that our gun unit and the department's already engaged in.
Thank you, Chief. Now I'd like to open it up to other commissioners should they have any questions for the chief.
I have a quick question.
Mr. Kalanche?
Thank you. Hello, Chief. Just wanted to see if you can provide a quick update on the 27th Street explosion. Just kind of where we are. I know that you're in constant communication with Councilman Price's office. Just a quick update would be appreciated.
You're on mute, Chief.
There we go. So regarding the update on that, as of yesterday, we now have, I'll give you the numbers. We now have 88 people who are residing in long-term housing at 29 units. These are families that were impacted in the surrounding community. We continue to provide 24-hour police presence on 27th Street and extra patrols at the Information Center at the YMC Center on 28th Street. The Resource Center remains open from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock at night. And I understand that you're going to, Commissioner Clancy, you're going to visit that area. So thank you for that outreach. Additionally, CD9, Councilman Price's office, has now transitioned the case management of this into more long-term efforts to address their full recovery. And the last matter is we are still awaiting, two last matters. We're still awaiting the ATF report, the final report. But there also has been the reporting of 2 individuals that have passed and have died. And there was some attention that their deaths were the direct result of the explosion there that occurred. And while I'll not go into the details, we're aware of those concerns. We also and looking at the underlying health conditions of the individuals involved. Do not believe that their death was a result of the explosion, but rather more longstanding underlying health issues. Notwithstanding that, we are concerned about it. We're aware of it. We don't minimize the loss of life in as a result of any occasion. But I do want to just clarify that based on some of the media reports that have been picked up by other media outlets.
Thank you, Chief.
Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any more questions for the chief?
No, thank you.
Any other commissioner questions for the chief? I see no further questions for the chief at this time. We're going to go to item 2 on the agenda, public comment period. Madam Secretary, would you open the floor?
Okay, our first speaker is caller ending 3146, followed by Ricci.
Hi,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on public input, chief, and the 5A.
Okay,
On
3
set.
minutes. 3 minutes.
All right. Yeah, first thing I have to do, I have to apologize to the officer that dealt with Dwayne. I said he broke his pelvis, which was totally wrong. He broke his clavicle, but I don't think he broke his clavicle because I watched the video again. And when he threw right when he throws the gun, he jumps to the ground, but he turns over and he's sitting on his butt. And so I'm wondering if it was already broken before that. So I'd apologize to the officer. Last meeting at 3 hours, 14 minutes, Silverhoff was talking about that you're underfunded, overworked, who looks for these monies, how do we keep these, I've been trying to tell you honestly what the problems are that you guys are facing is you in Israel. These are paired up. Plus, the federal government has monstrous financial issues that are, hurting the department. That's really where the problem is. We get that mess. Like we're going to Mars, bro, and the LAPD has problems. This is where let's talk about the next one. President Briggs, your opening monologue, you stated that you have had candid conversations with the liar chief Sancho Tina. Did you have your cam on? You should have had a cam. You should have had a recording of those conversations because they are the property of the people. Yet it went on about a public service that operates in secret. You operated a public function in secret that you have had in darkness. You see, this is one of the other problems. How about Bonner at 9,752 funded positions, right? And then all the add-ons, language at 3 hours and 17 minutes into this. How difficult it is to keep track of really what is being said in regards to as to how many people are needed to do what. And that comes down to cams, Bonner. You should have a cam on. Everybody should have a cam, you see. And I see an issue with Bonner and Soberoff, how much time will be spent researching things. And what I see is a Jew, Soberoff, preventing a black man, Bonner, from having some research being done. How about the 600 cowards that left the force?
Madam Secretary, please go to the next speaker.
Okay, and our next speaker is Ricci, followed by Hamid Khan.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Sergenko from the People's City Council. I'd like to speak on all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first on the chief's report, he's, talking about one of the fallen members of LAPD. Potentially it could be Chief Moore that only 50% of LAPD officers are vaccinated, and you don't care to institute or enforce a mask mandate between your officers. So, all of your officers are walking around, driving around with their colleagues with their masks off. So that seems really safe, especially with this Delta variant and the fact that LAPD officers keep getting COVID. So it sounds like you're doing a great job, a good job of leadership over there. I mean, that death is probably on your hands, to be honest, because you honestly don't care about enforcing any kind of standards in regards to COVID within your department. You are the head of the department, right? So when these things happen, they should fall on you. I'll move on to the fact that you didn't even address the part that 2 people in South Central have died now because of LAPD bombing the South Central neighborhood. Chief Moore, you had a lot to say last week about how you're really wanting to own up and take responsibility. Now you're gonna have to take responsibility for killing 2 people. But that's just what the department is under Chief Moore. Chief Moore has shot 2 people and killed 1 person himself. It's just a violent department, and there's going to be no change until this entire department is abolished. Because Chief Moore is going to keep his job right now, right? He's not going to resign. He's going to stay in charge, right? And so these things are going to continue to happen under Chief Moore because he is a violent murderer himself. So those officers dying because of COVID, that's because of Chief Moore. Those people who died because of LAPD bombing a neighborhood, that's because of Chief Moore. LAPD shooting 21 people this year, that's because of Chief Moore. Let's talk about Echo Park. You guys are a fucking joke and for a variety of reasons, but I wanna highlight the most clown fucking shit that I saw in your report, Chief Moore. You guys literally cited that Antifa is like an organization in Los Angeles. And that just shows that you guys have like broken, brainworms. Like Antifa is not a real thing. It's not an organization. Anti-fascism is an ideology. It means that people are against fucking fascists. And surprise, surprise, LAPD stands with the fascists all the time. So Antifa is a big, scary organization to them, but it's not even a thing. Antifa org is not a thing. You guys want to ban flashlights. You put flashlights in people's eyes all the time. And now you're mad that protesters bought flashlights because you beat us up in the dark.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Hamid Khan, followed by Patrick P.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So I want to start off with this report on Echo Park, the violence that happened that is going to be released today. Well, it was released publicly on Friday. And what immediately pops up is that this 100+ page report is a clear attempt to sanitize the actions that the LAPD has been taking. I mean, absolutely, so over the last 12 months or so, we've seen extreme violence by the LAPD happening against the protesters during George Floyd uprising, happening outside the mayor's house, of violently dealing with the people, just exercising their First Amendment right. We saw the violence of the LAPD outside the We Spa, and then obviously Echo Park itself, and on and on and on. So this is a clear attempt to sanitize LAPD actions. This is a clear attempt to create a PR, just on this whole the PR function that LAPD constantly engages in. But what's really interesting is that what's coming out of the report, that the LAPD spent over $2 million just on salaries and overtime for the raid. Now, here is a department that people have been calling for defunding and abolishing the department. And here we have millions of dollars being spent to deal with what? To deal with people living in extreme poverty, to deal with people who happen to be non-white, to deal with people who, because of the failure of the city, and the failure of the city, which gives overwhelming amounts of funding to the LAPD, and rather than investing in housing, rather than investing in resources, but yet they have $2 million on salaries and overtime to pay for for violent extraction of people and removal of people. Second thing, this whole thing about it just happened because we were called to duty. That's bullshit, because contrary to what various Mitch O'Farrell and other people have been saying, this was a very extensively planned report, a very extensively planned action. And we know that how the LAPD was in conversations with the city attorney's office, how they were infiltrating, how they were doing social network surveillance, how they had infiltrated even BLM actions as well. And then just using this SARA model. And by the way, Bonner, you got to pay attention to this thing. This SARA model about scanning, analysis, response, and assessment is about a 50-year-old model. It's the same thing that they used in Operation Laser. It's the same thing that they're using in data-informed community-focused policing. So SARA model is now being used, which has been renamed, which used to be laser zones, anchor points, and now they have neighborhood engagement areas. And then we see that how the amount of money that is being spent to rehabilitation of the park as well, where over $200,000 being spent to install 33 cameras and all of that. And then the LAPD instructing.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Patrick P., followed by caller ending 2992.
Hi there. I'd like to speak on Chief's report, 4B, and general comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. First, like to recognize the passing of Officer Becky Strong. I didn't know her personally, but I know her passing has had an effect on the department and those that were close to her. God bless her family and friends. I do support the LAPD. And Chief, thank you very much for recognizing National Night Out. Your report was spot on. And I'd just like to remind everybody that National Night Out is not put on by the LAPD. It is put on by community members, and Chief, your report was great. Commissioner Briggs, congratulations, sir, on your appointment as president. We look forward to you leading the way to help bring down violent crime. I believe these diversion programs don't really work. We do urge you to put our officers and our crime fighting first. I would also like to know the status on these diversion programs, such as how many went through the diversion program and have reoffended. Also, does LAPD have a diversion program for the officers? That's about all I have to say. I do want to say defend the LAPD, not defund. I do yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 2992, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hi, yes, good morning.
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the adult diversion programs. These programs should not be a substitution for enhancements, and the DA needs to do his job and prosecute criminal cases, and the department needs to be more vocal about the job he's not doing. The department and you, commissioners, need to be very careful to not push diversion for violent criminals. The program is intended for individuals suffering from addiction, mental illness, and homelessness. It's a very slippery slope, especially with the current DA, that can lead to a push to extend the program beyond non-serious and violent crimes. Commissioners, you cannot allow this to happen. Additionally, to make sure that this is not going to become a revolving door, as this does not serve the community or public safety. Also, I don't know who's benefiting from these contracts, the contracts of these adult diversion programs, but the community deserves full transparency, especially if any police commissioners or the nonprofits they work for or run are benefiting, as has been the case with juvenile diversion programs, and I'm referring to Shane and Lou. I support LAPD and Chief Moore, and the public needs to know that if they pull a gun or a knife on an officer, the officer deserves to go home to their family. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, I'm actually going to speak on the Chief's report, item 3C, and public comment, but I will tell you that it's all items to get 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll start with the Chief's report. I'll preface my remarks by saying, fuck the LAPD as an institution, and that I believe that you're racist killers who should be abolished. But I do value individual human lives. And so I am genuinely sorry for that officer who died, and I'm very sorry for her family. I do wonder if she was vaccinated and if she wore a mask, unlike so many of your officers. And I'm really not saying this to make light of her death. I do agree that this was a tragic loss because, again, I think the loss of any individual life is tragic. And boy, is that apparently in contrast to you, Chief Moore. We didn't hear a single syllable from you about the fact that 2 elderly people have now died after you didn't check the math when you blew up those fireworks. You wouldn't have even brought up that incident if Commissioner Calanche hadn't asked about it. And then when she did, you disavowed responsibility and blamed it on underlying health conditions. Well, Kate Cagle of Spectrum News conducted an interview with the widow of one of those victims and asked, if the blast hadn't happened, do you think Ozzy, your husband, would still be alive? And she replied, yeah, of course, there's no reason. Why would he die? Mike, you are a hypocrite, and you are also a coward without the guts to take accountability for your lethal fuck-ups. You are pinning that death on underlying health conditions. Those deaths are on you, man. And you know what else is cowardly? Squealing to this board to limit public comment to 45 minutes after you got your ass handed to you for hours last June. Shame on you, and shame on this board who enables you. And also, why don't your cops use their turn signals? I always ask them when I see them on the streets, and I never get a good answer. Moving on to item 3C, $16,000 for gym equipment when officers are dying of COVID because they're not vaccinated and aren't wearing masks. Why not withhold that funding until the chief puts some numbers on the board with getting his cops to comply, instead of saying, Chief, I know you're doing heroic things to move those numbers along, and or whatever comment was made before. It's just so absurd. Moving to public comment. Why is it the continued practice of this commission that the absolute newest member of the 5 is made president? It's so counterintuitive, and we've seen it again and again and again. Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Haram Cormier Jr.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on Chief's report, public comment, and 3 items on the agenda.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. First off, I support Chief Moore. I support LAPD. My deepest condolences to Officer Strong, her family, her friends, and her Blue family. Also on agenda items B, C, D, I support each one of them. Also, congratulations to Commissioner Briggs for your new office as president. And thank you, Chief, for your report on National Night Out. Hopefully, because Commissioner President is nearby, hopefully he can stop by our National Night Out this evening. I look forward to successful events. Congratulations and good success to Devonshire's CPAB presentation today. I want to remind everybody that defunding LAPD is not the answer. We need to refund them. We need officers out in our streets. We need our officers to stay safe and healthy. I thank you very much. I look forward to seeing some of you this evening. Stay healthy, stay safe. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Haram Cormier Jr., followed by Jason Reedy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right. First of all, I don't understand why there's so many people every week on this commission who talk about we need to defend the LAPD. It's just mind-blowing to me how somebody could sit here and watch another human being, another group of human beings, or really just anybody in general, just sit here and be placed at the hands of abuse, murder, rape, harassment, getting targeted and followed, and just say we need to defend the people and the organization that is doing that shit. That is crazy to me. I mean, y'all act like y'all don't have family. You act like you don't have somebody that you love that can't happen. That shit can't happen to them. You know what I'm saying? All this shit about fucking cop night out or whatever the hell that is. We don't need that. And ain't no real nigga finna go to that shit, bro. We're not dealing with that. We don't negotiate with killers. We do not negotiate with our killers. It's simple as that. But getting to the point, the LAPD is a terrorist organization, and the bombing of our community on 27th San Pedro and the surrounding area proves that. The long history of the LAPD abuse amongst our community proves that. Y'all are terrorists. And the two people who died, I mean, there's no regard for it. There's no concern. There's no nothing. I mean, it shouldn't have never happened in the first fucking place. If this was Malibu or somewhere else, this would have never happened. We already know that. So I'm calling for you to make that community whole, get the fuck out of the neighborhood. You have a 24/7 occupation of that neighborhood. We never asked for that. We don't need that. We need housing. We need infrastructure. We need jobs. We need people to stop being displaced, mental health services, etc., and so forth. We don't need occupation. Like I said, man. I also see on the agenda, y'all have a long, every week that I look at it, it's like y'all is taking donations from the LAPF and killing us with our own tax dollars. Can you please stop? I mean, all this fucking money, y'all going outside the city's budget to get this, and y'all already take up over half of the city's budget, which is ridiculous. Ain't no motherfucking defend LAPD. It's defund LAPD and the genocide on Black people, and stop this myth about Black motherfucking crime. There is nothing, nigga. I don't know what you're talking about. I know plenty of fucking gang members. They're human beings. Moore said something about chronic offenders. Homie, you are a motherfucking chronic offender. Fuck you and fuck Briggs, white boy.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Next, we have Jason Reedy, followed by Kimberly Isaacs.
Hello?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hold up. Mobster Mike, you didn't include the 2 elderly residents who died as a result of the LAPD bombing on June 30th in his report. So I just want to say their names, Ozzie Houchins and Ramon Reyes. The roof collapsed onto Ramon Reyes. So how is the bombing not related to his death? And then Ozzy dealt with the stress of the bombing and being moved from his house that he spent his entire life in. So of course, Moore doesn't want to believe that they had nothing to do with it. They had everything to do with it because they fucking detonated a bomb in a South Central neighborhood. Chief Moore, you are a complete failure. After almost crying during a Channel 35 interview because people like me call you Musty Mike and call you out in these streets for spreading more lies, I'm wondering if you'll be shedding any tears for those 2 elderly victims who died as a result of your department's bombing of their neighborhood. I stood in solidarity with those community members yesterday, and your officers were in the blast zone with no masks, surveilling folks. There's even video online of them with no masks. So I'm wondering, are they going to be, are you going to ask if they're vaccinated, or is there going to be any reprimanding of them? Because we know that you're on record saying that you will not keep any of those people accountable for not wearing masks. And they are putting this community at risk a month after bombing it. In addition, your officers cruised by the press conference last night time and time again, mean mugging residents in an obvious attempt to intimidate these people. Again, what is the purpose of all of this? 2 people have now died. You spoke about how the officers involved with this bombing were pulled from the field. What about you, Moore? Why haven't you been pulled from the field? Are we going to see you at one of these night out events tonight? Because I'll be looking for you, because we're on Moore watch, and according to our clocks, your time as chief is running out. When speaking about recruitment with another reporter, you talked about how reforms in your department were on steroids, which would explain why your officers seem to rage at every fucking protest. I wouldn't be surprised if your department is actually purchasing steroids for your officers. But again, we're funding these reforms that aren't changing behavior, that aren't changing outcomes, and that aren't changing anything. So why is it necessary? So that's why it's necessary to defund and not reform. You even clued in on how the shortfalls of last year's response to George Floyd uprising was on the command level of this organization, and spoke about how they needed additional training. So again, you're telling the public that people with 30 plus years of experience still need to do training to successfully do their job. Sounds like they need to be fired. We don't need to spend any more resources on these pigs. You are the leader of this org, and as a result, you should be held accountable for its actions. You should be fired. You can resign, since I know money is so important to you. I mean, you retired and then became chief to collect that $1.2 million payout, and now collect a salary as chief while getting a pension. Lastly, Briggs, you expressed condolences for Becky Strong, a Black woman, but we know you don't really stand up or care about Black women. You represented Taylor Swift, you married a white woman, and you a wannabe cop. And now we got a 7th degree white belt in the dojo of coonery as the head of the commission that rubber stamps the violence against the Black community that often robs Black mothers of their children. So fuck you, Briggs, fuck this commission, and fire Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Isaacs, followed by Steve Rogers.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first I would like to say that I can't even believe that the chief went through his entire report and did not bring up the fact that 2 residents were killed by his action of detonating a bomb in a residential area. If you hadn't made sure people were out of their homes, this should not have been detonated. And as I've heard other people say, and the fact of the matter is, if this had been a wealthy white area, this wouldn't have happened. And I don't hear, even after it was brought up, the same level of concern for these families that have been killed by your actions as you do for when your own officers are killed. I mean, it should be, we are the same. We are all human beings, and our deaths should all be treated the same. And the fact that you want to just say, oh, well, I'm sure that it's their fault that they're dead, just like you do with every other police killing. Oh, it's their fault that the police shot them. It's their fault that they're dead. That is not how it works. You take accountability for what you do. You did it. You killed these people, and you need to make it right. And do not make these residents wait for their money. Don't do it. Do not expect, they should not have to turn in receipts. They should not have to turn in estimates. They should be given money up front. They do not have the money to pay for the damage you created. This is your fault. You need to pay them up front. I mean, I don't understand how you could even see it any other way. My other issue is that you guys insist on treating us like we are criminals. We don't need more police in your areas. In our areas. We don't need constant surveillance. What we need is services. We have asked for services. If we have jobs, if we have mental health services, if we have healthcare services, crime would go down because people would be busy making money for their families. People would be busy getting mental health services for all of the trauma that they face constantly. Being a Black person and a brown person in this country, yes, it is trauma that we experience every day. We need mental health services in our areas. We ask for services, we don't get it. You guys increase your police budget every year when police services have been proven do not decrease crime, which I don't even buy your numbers anyway, but they don't decrease crime. It's been proven over and over again. You must treat us like human beings. We don't need police over and over. And you must treat our deaths with the same level of reverence that you treat your own staff death.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by Baba Keeley.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I'd like to start off by offering condolences for the passing of Becky Strong to the family, to her Blue family, to her friends and colleagues. It's a horrible loss. I want to congratulate Commissioner Briggs as becoming the president. I have noted over the past meetings that you have made an effort to get out to roll calls, do ride-alongs, and that's much appreciated. On behalf of the community, that's important that you actually hear the officers on patrol, especially patrol is the backbone of the LAPD, that you hear from the community. And I think that you're making a sincere effort to do that. So I thank you. I thank Commissioner Decker for her service. And I really kind of, I'm taken aback by all the nonsense that you have to hear from the paid anti-police propagandists that come on week after week and try to tell us that we don't need the police. We do need the police. A good police, a good community, a safer community. That's just very obvious. And the real community loves good police and the LAPD. We want to do what we can together in partnership. Speaking of partnership, National Night Out, I think it's a great opportunity, like Commissioner Briggs mentioned. However, some of the divisions are doing a great job and some are not. If you go to the LAPD official website, you don't see any mention of National Night Out. And the first division is Central Division. Take a look at that one. I've taken a look at every division. Some are really having great events. Unfortunately, the Central Division event seems to be just a van or a police vehicle going from one place to the other with the BID, the Business Improvement District. That's not acceptable, okay? Just for an hour in one place is hit or miss. How many people are actually coming to this meeting from the city, from the community, and actually know about what's going on? There needs to be greater outreach, and there needs to be accountability on that. I've mentioned this before. Some of the divisions are doing outstanding, but the ones that aren't, talk to their community relations office and the sergeant there and get it done. Whatever needs to be done, there has to be accountability. Every community deserves an active National Night Out that really is worthy of the name. In terms of the prosecution of crime, obviously the rank and file, the patrol officers, they're making arrests, the gang officers, they're making arrests. But once the arrest is made, the prosecution has to take place. There has to be a consequence for crime. I think we can put that at the doorstep of the district attorney's office. I'd like to see transparency there. How many arrests are actually resulting in prosecutions and what's the result of that prosecution? I really believe that George Gascon is part of the problem. So I would recall George Gascon has to happen if things are going to improve. God bless the LAPD and be safe.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Keeley, followed by Adam Rose.
Hello?
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
It is absurd that the police chief did not mention the 2 deaths that the LAPD contributed to and caused with the explosions in the the San Pedro neighborhood. The fact that he didn't mention it underscores why Chief Moore needs to be fired and we need to defund the police. That is a classic example of not accepting responsibility. Not even mentioning it is offensive, and should that alone should be grounds for Moore to be fired. And this whole public relations tour with Night Out, that is something that doesn't, as you alluded to, Briggs, doesn't contribute to trust. Respect contributes to trust, and that's what we don't have. And Mr. Briggs, I have a comment and a point that I'd like to share with you from Malcolm.
When Black people like me talk to the slaves, they didn't kill him. They sent some old house Negro along behind him to undo what he said. You have to read the history of slavery to understand this. There were two kinds of Negroes. There was that old house Negro and the field Negro. And the house Negro always looked out for his master. When the field Negroes got too much out of line, he held them back in check. He put them back on the plantation. The house Negro could afford to do that because he lived better than the field Negro. He ate better, he dressed better, and he lived in a better house. He lived right up next to his master in the attic or the basement. He ate the same food his master ate and wore his same clothes. And he could talk just like his master. Good diction. And he loved his master more than his master loved himself. That's why he didn't want his master hurt. If the master got sick, he'd say, "What's the matter, boss? We sick?" He was sick. When the master's house caught a fire, he trying to put the fire out. He didn't want his master's house burned. He never wanted his master's property threatened. And he was more defensive of it than the master was. That was the house Negro. But then you had some field Negroes who lived in huts.
I'm sorry, this is not public comment though.
They wore the worst kind of clothes. They ate the worst food.
Mr. Akile, do you have any more public comment? Otherwise, we're going to cut you off.
They hated it.
Yes, I have more public comment on behalf of the field Negroes. We want to say we don't support you and the house Negroes. Thank you.
Next caller, Madam Secretary.
Okay, next caller is Adam Rose, followed by caller ending 7494.
Yes, I'd like 3 minutes to speak to 1, 4, D as in Delta, and General.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Adam Rose, and I serve on the board of directors for the LA Press Club. I spoke before the commission in April, and I'd like to thank Chief Moore for following up and meeting with members from a diverse coalition of local journalism groups. We have ongoing dialogue with the PIO team and look forward to those continuing. But unfortunately, today I must address a serious defect in the Echo Park After Action report. I can only speak to sections related to the press. Journalists' concerns should not overshadow those of our larger community, of course, but journalists are surrogates, serving as that community's eyes and ears. Violating their rights harms everyone. You as a commission should be aware of how LAPD treated a few people who were just trying to do their jobs at Echo Park. Kate Cagle from Spectrum News 1 and James Quealy from the LA Times were detained in zip ties after identifying themselves. 2 photographers were shot with less lethal munitions. Christian Monterosa, a freelancer credentialed by LAPD, was wounded. And Louis Cinco of the LA Times was shot unprovoked and inexplicably, all on video. Under state law, journalists enjoy the same rights as professionals. Yet Kalia Williams, a college reporter from the LA Collegian, was arrested and cited, and officers refused to look at her credentials. James Duffy, also from the Collegian, was denied access to a press conference. I contacted all 6 of them on Sunday. There is one thing that I hope you remember from my statement today. LAPD did not interview any of these journalists for the after action report. This seems like a basic step for any investigation. Without it, the report's discussions of police and press interactions is a rough draft. It's not a reliable accounting. It does not address potential problems with dispersal orders or Crespo areas. There are unsubstantiated claims and mischaracterizations caused by missing context. And abuses have been overlooked. All of this can be fixed, But in the meantime, the commission has a duty to exercise its oversight authority. Please don't rubber stamp something that appears so incomplete as to be misleading. Perhaps you can table a portion of it or commission a supplementary report, but don't accept this narrative knowing that key witnesses and victims weren't even contacted. The general stance that I'm describing today is shared by representatives from a growing number of journalism organizations over the last couple of days, including Media Guild of the West, National Association of Hispanic Journalists, National Association of Black Journalists of Los Angeles, the National Press Photographers Association, Online News Association of Los Angeles, and the Society of Professional Journalists of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending 7494, followed by Daniel Gus.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, my name is Tyler Boudreau, and I just want to start by saying that Chief Moore, you left out a big part of your chief's report. Why would you not mention the 2 people that died as a result of your department's failure to weigh some explosives? Literally, like, it's just gross negligence for this department to operate in the way that they do and receive so much of the city's funds to criminalize, to blow up neighborhoods, and to shoot and kill our people. Their names were Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes. They were 2 elderly people whose lives are disturbed because LAPD decided to do a PR stunt and invited all the press so they could blow up some explosives and just show off their bomb truck, when in reality, they didn't even feel like weighing the explosives that they were blowing up. That is grounds for removal. Anyone in any job that did even something remotely less dangerous would be fired immediately. Chief Moore needs to be fired for that. He wants to take responsibility. Why doesn't he mention the 2 deaths that resulted because of his responsibility? They need to be, it's just sad that their families can't even hear the chief say their names and actually be sad that their lives were lost because of something that he did. You know, and then you go to just the Echo Park after action report where LAPD just continues to sanitize themselves and lie and misrepresent what actually happened. They're downplaying the whole event and just making it seem like, you know, people just came out with flashlights ready to just shine them and disturb what was already being disturbed. LAPD shines flashlights in people's eyes all the time. And they were doing it to protect themselves because they knew in the middle of the night, LAPD was going to come out and do some shady shit, which they always do. And this after action report only shows that people spent over $2 million, the department spent over $2 million. That could have housed so many fucking people. That could have just provided services and actual pathways to permanent housing, not just carceral shelters. $2 million. That's ridiculous. And just salary and overtime. And we just continue to fund this department that kills our people, that literally kills our people. We can fund the services that lift people up. We don't have to fund the police anymore. Defund the police. There is no defending. We're defending ourselves and our lives and our families when we call into these meetings and advocate for them to be defunded. That's what the only thing that should be defunded right now, Black life. And then lastly, public comments in the 45 minutes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next, we have Daniel Gus, followed by T.
Madam Secretary, T will be our last caller for the day.
Okay.
Okay, all items in general, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Sure. Commissioners, Chief, on Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, when the Citizen app had absolutely zero LAPD activity in the Van Nuys area, Van Nuys Division ignored 4 911 calls for a homeless woman who blocked and barricaded with rope the door to the El Torito restaurant on Ventura Boulevard in Sherman Oaks. This same woman started a fire a few days earlier. It was only after I videotaped a confrontation between the employees who were just trying to get to work and this woman, which got, I think, 26,000 views by now, did the LAPD respond. Your officers responded fairly, honestly, compassionately, and effectively, along with firefighters and paramedics. 14 people responded to this one person. Why did LAPD not respond to the 4 911 calls until I tweeted video of the incident to the chief? Now, in this instance, I am speaking as a private citizen, not as an award-nominated journalist with an LAPD press pass. As you know, I sued your asses and won $11,000 for harassment and misuse of my personal information. In 3 weeks, I'm suing you again for misusing my personal information. Last week, I won against the city of LA for forcing them to retrofit the media room outside of city council. But all this time, oh, I should let you know, folks, the State Bar of California issued a warning letter to the deputy city attorney, a dirtbag by the name of Jonathan Peralta Bislig. He received a warning letter for misusing my personal information on the LAPD's behalf. But since the chief and the commission has refused to simply say, hey, we're sorry, let's shake hands and move on, I assume you're okay if other members of the public, and I'm not encouraging them, were to go to county property records or the Secretary of State's databases and look up your personal information and post it online or mention it at public meetings. And I assume then that you're okay with them taking the information of the rank and file or your civilian employees from the county property records databases or the Secretary of State website, like the lost property records, unclaimed property. I assume you're okay with it because that's what you guys did to me twice now. And the chief and the commission hasn't responded. So I'm not encouraging the public to do that. I am only a private citizen exercising my First Amendment right. However, if the chief or any of the commissioners wish to say, hey, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have done that, let's shake hands and move past it and it'll never happen again. Otherwise, you may find members of the public taking information of your rank and file and your staffers and doing to them what you guys have repeatedly done to me. I express my condolences for the loss of your colleague.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker, T.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I want to honor the fact we're on indigenous land. This is Tongva Keech, Tataviam, Hachiman, and Chumash land. Second of all, I want to honor all those killed by law enforcement. There's got to be over 640 killed by LA Sheriff's Department, LAPD. Power and strength to the families. I want to speak on the 2 family members. I want to send love, prayers, power, and strength to Ozzy's family and Ramon's family for the negligence caused by the LAPD. That was a PR stunt gone wrong. Y'all exploded, detonated a truck full of explosives in the middle of a residential neighborhood and with zero accountability. This is, I don't even know, I can't even wrap my mind around how y'all ain't even being held accountable. These families are hurting. They've been displaced. You have a police occupation in their neighborhood right now. The city wanted to offer them $2,000 each. That can't even begin to repair the damage and the trauma. And it doesn't, sure as hell doesn't bring back Ozzy or Ramon at this point. Y'all killed 2 people in that neighborhood, have a police occupation, and there's zero accountability. This is unacceptable. And you wonder why we keep saying y'all need to be defunded. You can't be reformed, right? There is no more training y'all could possibly get. And as some of my comrades mentioned, some of y'all been on this job for years and y'all still need more training. Unacceptable. These families need care. They need reparations. They need their homes repaired. And y'all need to be supporting the families of y'all, the ones you just killed. Right? And they need support. They need community support. And y'all need to get the hell out of their neighborhood already. Stop occupying the neighborhood. Let these people at peace. And my condolences to the officer that lost her life. And it seems to be, again, the negligence of Chief Moore. Y'all don't wear no masks out there. Half y'all aren't vaccinated, and you're out there amongst the public. Stop impacting the public in a negative manner. Y'all need to just defund the fucking police already. This commission is a charade, a false charade. Y'all just need to be defunded. Fuck the police.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We're now going to move on to item 3 on the agenda, the consent agenda items. Item 3A is the department report relative to the second amendment of the contract between the City of Los Angeles and Clean Harbors Environmental Services. Item 3B is the department's report on a donation valued at $6,612.10 from the Police Foundation to personnel to attend the 2021 International Association of Chiefs of Police. Item 3C is the report on a donation relative to $14,622 from the supporters of law enforcement in Devonshire to fund exercise equipment. And item 3D is department's report relative to travel authority for the Chief of Police to attend the 2021 International Association of Chiefs of Police. Do any commissioners want to pull any of these items aside and put it in the regular agenda because they have any questions?
I have first a point of order question. Does asking a question, so if we're inclined to consent and vote in favor, but may have a quick question, does that necessarily pull it off the consent agenda?
It does.
All right. Well, then I would like to do that relative to items B and D, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. We will consider those during the regular agenda. So with respect to item 3A and 3C, I'd like to move those items forward. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Items have been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Items 3A and 3C are moved and approved and accepted. We will now go to the regular agenda items where we will consider items 3B and 3D because Commissioner Bonner had questions concerning that. Commissioner Bonner, please proceed.
Thank you. This is just a couple of quick questions for the chief on this, and I'm just noting, we had ongoing discussion about the risk of the COVID, the pandemic, and so on. And I note, I'm sure everybody's aware, just reading and watching the news the last couple of days, that Louisiana, is one of the highest or the hotspots in the nation with the highest number of new cases. So just observing that, of course, this is next month when I think that there are some who believe the situation may be worse with schools they're opening next week and so on and so forth. So a lot of uncertainty. And the question just is, should we assume that I know this is a small handful of people who will be making this trip, but will they all be vaccinated or are you able to, in these kind of cases where, out of state travel and things are essentially a privilege, are you at least able to make that a condition of participating in these kinds of events where you're taking people into particular or potentially harmful kinds of environments where the necessary precautions really do need to be taken? So what's the thought that probably was not the consideration when this was planned, but I'm just noting that things are changing so quickly that you've always got to be mindful. So what would your comment be relative to that?
So thank you, Commissioner. So you're right. These are evolving circumstances. We're watching closely the IACP, International Association of Chiefs of Police Conference, as to how it will be conducted. And as recently as this past weekend, I'm a board member with that, and that was a topic of discussion. With COVID uncertainty, whether it will be a virtual setting or it will be an in-person. And if it's in person, there's already safeguards in place, but if those safeguards have to be strengthened because of the evolution of the Delta variant, then that's how we will comply with this. Uncertainty. The matter of, for instance, at the conference previous to the most recent increase was social distancing and outdoor events, which previously had been indoor in instances as a safeguard measure. But we're watching this each week. I do not know that this travel will take place given the acceleration of what we've seen there in hotspots such as Louisiana and Florida and other places, as well as here in Los Angeles. As to the requirement of vaccination, I am vaccinated and I've encouraged all members of this organization to be vaccinated. By that time, I would anticipate, this being in early September, that we'll have movement relative to vaccination requirements or testing for all the employees of this organization. That's my hope.
I appreciate that, Chief. And just a footnote to that, I think that my view would be that, well, one, I'm aware there's a lot of activity and going on relative to what the policy and the landscape should be across the board, across city departments and agencies. And so we'll let that play out. But subject to whatever that determination is, one thought would be that if we don't have a full vaccination or testing requirement, I'd encourage you to give some thought at least to areas where you can make that a condition to participating in things like this, which are, kind of extracurricular, important, but somewhat extracurricular, activities. So just give that some thought if you would, please.
I agree.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Commissioner Bonner?
No, thank you.
Does any other commissioner have any questions on item 3B and 3D? Commissioner Kalanchi, your mic is open. Do you have any questions?
No question, sorry.
Then I move items 3B and 3D of recommended action is approve and accept the donations. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and items 3B and 3D have been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to the regular agenda items, item 4A. The department's verbal presentation from the Devonshire Community Police Station Commanding Officer, Kathleen Burns, and the civilian chair of the CPAP. Can you bring them on, Madam Secretary? Captain Burns, it's nice to see you again.
You too, sir. I'm just waiting for my partner here. Once he gets on, Mr.
There
Cotter.
he is, co-chair Bill Cotter. Mr. Cotter, welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, police commissioners, as well as Chief Moore, Inspector General, and of course, Mr. T. Fank. Thank you for having us here today. And I want to start out with some basic information about Devonshire Division. So I think I'm gonna have Bill, he's gonna try to share his screen with everyone.
Yeah, if they could enable my screen sharing, I'll bring up the PowerPoint. Okay.
Great. So I want to start out with a little information about Devonshire. Again, for anybody I do not know, I'm Captain Katie Burns. I'm the commanding officer at Devonshire Division. And here today with me is my CPAB co-chair, Mr. Bill Cotter. Some overview of Devonshire Division. We serve the communities Chatsworth, Northridge, Granada Hills, Porter Ranch, North Hills, Winnetka, as well as some parts of Canoga Park and West Hills. And some basic facts about Devonshire Division. Devonshire is the most northwest part of the city of Los Angeles, and it is over 48 square miles with a population of approximately over 216,000. And I do got a note on that. Basically, Devonshire is one of the few areas in the city that the population is definitely growing. There's a number of communities being built at this time, specifically housing tracts in both Porter Ranch and the Chatsworth area. and it's definitely expanding. To cover this area, we have 6 basic cars. I also want to talk a little bit about the crime stats in Devonshire. And this is as of ending July 24th, and it's somewhat par to what's going on in the rest of the city. Our violent crime is also up, specifically our homicides, our aggravated assaults, as well as our shots fired and our victims shot. Also, we have an increase in our motor vehicle theft, which is again consistent with the city. So a lot of challenges. Our numbers are much lower, specifically like our homicides, than other parts of the city, but still we have increases in all those areas. Then I want to talk about our volunteer programs. And basically, Devonshire is known, we have the largest volunteer program within the LAPD and probably the city, with 236 active volunteers right now, which is interesting because I just happened to check our deployment, and our deployment are, as far as we have 236 sworn here at the same time. So it's kind of interesting. We have a number of units here in our volunteers, and we have, including our volunteer community patrol, which is probably our most visible community group. And they are volunteers that go out, do patrol. They drive the BMWs and wear uniforms and go out and be visible. We also have a PALS. Not only do we have a PALS program, but we also have a PALS center, which is actually a location in the heart of Northridge, and that serves quite a number of kids in the area. And that center is open 5 days a week with a number of different programs going on there, as well as we have a cavalry unit, which is a unit that comes out and goes to basically for community support to go out to different locations. So we are very fortunate to have this number of volunteers because they're a huge asset in assisting us and relieving basically units from actually doing certain things such as traffic control, or maybe managing the scene of a traffic collision, so they can relieve a patrol unit and they can go handle calls and relieve them. And actually I have to note, we have another unit, the California Emergency Mobile Patrol, that has its own canine unit within it. So we're very fortunate here to have this commitment by the community. It's a huge resource, and it's definitely a force multiplier. Now I want to go ahead and introduce my partner and my CPAB co-chair. That's Bill Cotter. And Bill has been a resident of Devonshire area for 35 years, and he's also been a volunteer for over 29 years. So hats off to Bill.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the chance to address the commissioners. I'd like to talk about the Devonshire CPAB and some of the things we've been doing in recent years. I was asked by our former captain, Captain Liam, a few years ago to get involved with the Devonshire CPAB. He had wanted to move it from a booster club sort of mentality to as we put here, a true interactive organization. As Captain Liam said, that in a year he hadn't gotten any complaints or suggestions from CPAB, and we can't be doing everything right. So let's shake it up a bit. And we did that. And I'm very pleased that Captain Burns has continued that momentum since she's arrived at Devonshire. We wanted to change the focus again from a booster club. What can we do for the LAPD in terms of things like Officer Appreciation Day, things like that, to provide a two-way conduit from the community to the police and from the police back to the community. And one of the big focus changes we had to make was to get our members to realize you have to move from what is bothering you to what is bothering your community. So if we'd be at a meeting and somebody would be discussing that my neighbor across the street holds loud parties, we'd have to remind them that that's what we're not there for. You can deal with that through your senior lead officer. You can deal with that by the city attorney's dispute resolution board. But what are the community concerns? The majority of the community is probably not concerned about your neighbor across the street, but things like speeding problems, drug use, grow houses, things along that line. So we started really shaking the mindset up and trying to make this, again, a group think as opposed to a bunch of individuals. We had all the members reapply for membership, went through and re-interviewed them to make sure that they were involved in the community. And that was an important part too. We didn't want people there that just came to the meeting, listened to things and went home. But as part of membership at Devonshire CPAB, you have to have involvement in your community, whether you're a member of a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a PTA association, the LAUSD principal, anything along that line, neighborhood watch, neighborhood council, Lions Club, anything where you're interacting with multiple members of the people in the community that can bring things back to you. We also established a membership goal that we want 12 hours of outreach per year per member. Again, that can be going to an event, it can be working online. And that's another area we've really encouraged our membership to get involved with, was looking at social media. And people will do things like complain, you know, as everybody knows on social media, I went to the police station, they didn't help me. Well, maybe they couldn't help you because you came in for a fix-it ticket, and we don't do fix-it tickets, but we can address, you know, and send you where you go. So trying to pick out things that the community was unhappy about and bring back. And we identified a number of things and basically worked with both Captain Lee and Captain Burns that, hey, we're hearing a lot about this or that, and people are looking at it, and we need to address some staffing changes or some education or some mindset things. We also try to make our members understand as much as possible what the police department is doing. So get involved with interaction, go to roll calls, identify yourself as a member of the CPAB, ask the officers to be able to, you know, talk to you, sometimes off the record on things that bother them or whatever. We asked our members to spend some time at the front desk so they can understand what that's like, do ride-alongs with the officers. And majority of our members have been to the Civilian Police Academy, some of them to the advanced one, and our newest members are looking forward to having the police academies reopen when COVID allows. One of the things we did was we try to get very active and try to make sure that our membership reflected our division as much as possible. We went and used our crime analysis division to map where all of our members lived, and we had identified several years ago that we had clusters of people that generally tended to be around the more active neighborhood watch areas. So that left us with a number of underserved areas where we did not have dots on the map to show that we had people living in those areas. And we specifically targeted outreach to those areas going to, I have another slide in a moment about our outreach activities. But we really went out and made a specific effort to try to go to the underserved areas. And we're happy to report we were successful, and our geographic distribution is much wider now than it was several years ago. And we also plan to continue that when we can get back out in the post-COVID area and do more of the one-on-one interaction. These are some of the things we've done. We have our members, again, very involved in making presentations to neighborhood councils. Because of hours, sometimes the senior leads may not be able to make a presentation at a neighborhood council meeting, but we ask that our CPAB members do that. We also ask that our CPAB members bring back the complaints that the neighborhood councils have about various police activities. Again, whether it's streets that everybody's always speeding on or grow houses, the other things mentioned earlier, we try to get involved with that. We also have our members go to Neighborhood Watch, not just go to them, but try to publicize when and where the Neighborhood Watch meetings are and encourage the community to come out. A lot of the community sometimes can't make it to a Neighborhood Watch because of personal issues or jobs or whatever. So we do ask the CPAB members to survey their neighbors and, you know, canvass the neighborhood and bring things to Neighborhood Watch. We also participate in Devonshire's annual Clergy Council and have made specific presentations at individual places of worship, and that has been one of our bigger successes in increasing our membership over the last 2 years. John Lee's CD12 newsletter covers things that we do in Devonshire, and we do ask people, again, if you're interested in CPAB, here's how to contact us. We participate actively at all the Coffee with the Captain events. We will set up a table if the event allows the space to do that, and encourage people to come and engage with us. We hold periodic town halls, getting things, big items of general concern. Again, the people on the west side of the valley are concerned about speeding on the west side. The people on the east side are concerned about that. But we do hold things where everybody can talk about general items of concern, whether it's speeding as a general thing in the valley. A very recent successful one we had was about fire situations when they had the fire up near Aliso Canyon about a year and a half ago. We participate with presentations and input from the Chamber of Commerce. We'll be at National Night Out. If anybody is near our PAL Center or has never seen the PAL Center, tonight's an excellent night to do that and come by. We also have a very interesting electronic sign outside the station, the little park that's across the street, constantly promoting CPAB and how to reach us and participate in it. We have a Devonshire application for all of your smartphones. We have over 8,100 active users on that. Matter of fact, I just checked this morning, we had 312 new people sign up in the past 30 days. And that gives you a chance, if you don't know who your senior lead officer is, you can look at the map, see who that officer is, have a means to communicate with them either through email or through phone. You can put in things like a vacation request. You can ask for information, hours of service for the front desk, how to reach the detectives. Again, we're trying to make the interactive approach as much as we can out to the community. We also ask all of our volunteers in the various programs to let people know about the CPAB program and how it can impact and benefit them. So if we're out on things like the VCP program and we get a citizen flag down and they have certain concerns that we can address in part of the VCP program, we will point them towards their senior leads or ask them to get in touch with us through CPAB and come and meet with us and see what we can do to help out their concerns or considerations. We do welcome guests to the meetings. We do have a bit of a challenge in that Devonshire is one of our older stations. We do not have a public meeting room. We have to meet in the roll call room, and it's not ADA compliant. So as a result, we try to ask people to work through their CPAB members. If they're encouraged or thinking about becoming a CPAB member, we certainly invite them to come and sit through a couple meetings and see what it's like. But just like we all can't go and speak individually at members of the United States Senate, we can't unfortunately have all 50,000 people or so from Devonshire speak at every meeting. So we do ask them to try to work through the channels through the CPAB members. And we try to be very diligent. We have very detailed minutes of all of our meetings, and we do try to get back and make sure that we respond to all the people that have raised concerns and get back to them. Just an example of some of the guest speakers we've had to bring in, and it's been very educational. I'd like to just mention, for example, the June 2019 meeting with our night watch detective. We get a lot of complaints at the front desk or people calling that, hey, something happened. I never heard anything more about it from the detectives. Why don't you care? Well, things will be, and the detective gave us examples. Somebody gets up in the morning and somebody has knocked the side view mirror off their car. Well, without any video evidence, there's nothing to fingerprint, there's no witnesses or anything, the odds of them being able to solve that are probably pretty small. Unfortunately, through manpower, they just can't keep calling up once a month and saying, I have nothing to tell you. So we have tried to, again, educate the public to the fact that we're not CSI New York. We are not any of these crime shows that you see on TV where there's 1,000 detectives assigned to the most minute cases. But we do try to provide feedback when people are giving things like, hey, I had so and such happen, and I had evidence that wasn't followed up on. We do contact the detectives, we do get information, we do pass it back. So it's very educational to realize just how few the resources are available for some of these items. 2020, we had less speakers because of COVID. We also had more in-house discussions about the various things that were going on for civil unrest and making sure that in Devonshire, although we're a smaller, quieter division than some of the others, we were not immune to it, and making sure that we were keeping the community informed as far as the rights to peaceful protest, where events would be, and then helping to coordinate safe traffic flow, things like that through the area. We have several committees. 2 of them are very active right now. People experiencing homelessness, trying to figure out how we can address some of our pockets of people that are living in camps out on the streets or along washes, things like that. Traffic safety has been identified by many, many community members as a major issue. We work actively with the Devonshire officers, but also the Valley Traffic Division, and try to address areas of concern. One thing that's interesting is people will always tell us things like, I have 100 people speeding down my street every single day. We will send the volunteer community patrol out with radar. We were the first unit to actually deploy VCP with radar. And we will do surveys of areas and turn that over to Valley Traffic Division for spot enforcement. We will also get back to the people who are saying, hey, I've got 100 people speeding down my street. And they say, in actuality, we were there for an hour and we had 6 people and they were only going maybe 8 miles over the speed limit. Perception is often different than reality. And we do try to help people with that because we do have a radar gun. We can tell you how fast people are going as opposed to how fast you might think they are going. We've also had past committees on outreach. Again, we are not doing any new committee work on that. We formed several recommendations and we are proceeding on those. Bylaws committee to make sure we are staying up at the time. And Fire Watch is one that was a recent one that's on temporary abeyance until the next 4th of July. That came about as a result of in 2019, we had a major fire burn down an entire apartment house in the Devonshire area. And the people were complaining that they could not get through to 911 to report the fire because the 911 line was jammed with people reporting fireworks and parties. So we set up a fire watch. We deployed 20+ volunteers across the division. They had a specific number to call at the Devonshire station where we had volunteers ready to relay that over the radio to fire, whether if we had any active fires. We intend to reactivate Fire Watch for the next 4th of July, and we are also looking at it for red flag warning seasons. So that concludes my remarks, and I do hope I didn't race through them too fast, and look forward to answering any questions for you that we can.
Mr. Cotter, Captain Burns, thank you. It looks like you have a very robust CPAP there. In fact, I'd say it's a template that you might want to roll out and provide to some of the other CPAPs throughout the city. You've done quite a job of micro-targeting a lot of the communities to get involved, particularly those that had not been involved in the past. And it sounds like you're doing great things for this community up here in the Valley. Really appreciate you. I just have one question, and I guess this is more targeted towards Captain Burns before I open it up to the rest of the commissioners. Captain Burns, you indicated in your presentation that there was an uptick in some of the violent crimes, particularly homicide in the Devonshire Division. Is that attributable to gang activity, or is that more random in nature with no trends that you can spot or determine at this stage, or what is your assessment of these homicides?
Well, thank you. Up to probably Sunday night, we had 3 homicides for the year. We did have an additional one on Sunday night, and up to Sunday night, I'd say there was no particular trend or pattern. However, unfortunately now, we have had 4 homicides and 2 of them are related to people experiencing homelessness. We actually, as far as gang related crime, we're actually doing pretty well. We've had one of the homicides this year was per se, it was gang related, but it's only one of the 4. And as of right now, we have one that's gang related, one that appears that it might have been some type of love triangle and some kind of dispute. And then the last 2 we've had are both been related to homelessness. So that would say if there's any trend or anything, that would be it. And the last one too, I gotta say, is a little unusual. We have really not a lot of follow-up on it. The one prior involving people that are homeless actually happened to be in an RV and they were using narcotics, and it's unknown at this time if it was an accident or on purpose, because they might have been playing Russian roulette. So
thank you, Captain Burns. And by the way, Mr. Cotter, I want to congratulate you on the 29 years of service that you've given to this community. That's just outstanding. I want to, on behalf of the commission, say thank you, and I know that the community appreciates you. With that, I want to open it up to other commissioners to see if they have any questions. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I really am just wanted to speak to emphasize the point you just made, Commissioner Briggs, about Mr. Cotter, and to thank you, Mr. Cotter, your 29 years of service, your discussion about revitalizing the CPAP, how you're bringing in more members, your efforts during the pandemic, in particular, to keep the community engaged and informed, and your efforts to address the many concerns of the community, to keep people informed. It really takes everyone's involvement to create public safety in a community. And I do want to join in thanking you for your service, because no community, no police force can do it alone. And your efforts and your partnership with Captain Burns should be truly commended. So I just wanted to join in that, Mr. Cotter, and Captain Burns, to you as well, ma'am, for your service to the community. We're very grateful for that. That's really all I wanted to say, Commissioner Briggs. Thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you for it. And one of the things that's made living and working in Devonshire a real pleasure for me is that we have a long line of commanding officers that go back. We actually have volunteers working in Devonshire now that live and reside in other parts of the city, and they have come to Devonshire because we don't give people busy work. We've started doing all sorts of different things. The bike patrol, the car patrol, these things started in Devonshire, and people like to come out and do things that they feel helping. And I'd like to suggest that some of the commanding officers in other divisions might be a little less receptive to volunteers. And I think it makes a big difference that when you feel that you're doing something meaningful, it encourages people to go out in the heat and continue to do it. And I've been very lucky in the years that I've been here, a steady stream of support from the commanding officers to involve the community. And at times you walk into their office and they'll shake their head, what is it now? But the fact that they're actually asking us for input, it makes it all worthwhile. So it's been a pleasure to be able to work alongside the people that lead us.
Thank you, Mr. Cotter. That is truly an example of community-based policing when the department works with community members to keep members of the public safe. It seems like we have a robust program up here in North Valley. Do any other commissioners have questions for either Captain Burns or Mr. Cotter? Not at this time. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you. And all you're doing for keeping us safe. Thank you. Stay safe.
Great, thank you.
Wait.
I think Commissioner Bonner has something.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I just wasn't fast enough to the draw there, so I apologize for that. Yeah, I had a question for probably Mr. Potter, I think, and I just wanted going high level, big picture, so to speak. There's a lot of issues going on across the city, and there, in some ways there's commonalities, and some ways there's, differences based on what's going on in any given community. How would you characterize just, the top 2 or 3 issues? You mentioned, speeding and some concerns around drugs and things of that nature. But 2 questions, how would you characterize the top 2 or 3 issues of concern, in the community generally in Devonshire? And then also, how would you characterize the community's feelings of public safety? And I'm clarifying, I'm not asking about their view of public safety. I'm asking about how safe people feel, out in Devonshire. Right. So how would you characterize, or what would you say about those 2 points?
Well, I'd say the 3 that come up constantly are traffic, because we have so many accidents, because we have so many straight, wide open streets that it lends itself to that. So people are very concerned about that, and the number of people that are getting not just killed but injured. That comes up a lot. Major concern is also issues with the homelessness. As Captain Burns mentioned, being homeless is not a crime, but some of the issues that are happening, particularly with issues of violence, have become a challenge. We have several pockets where there are people that are constantly causing issues, going on attacking cars with metal poles, confronting people in shopping, that sort of thing. They get arrested and then they're put right back out on the street with zero bail. And the whole issue is zero bail and the revolving door. People constantly stealing cars, let out again. So there's a lot of community dissatisfaction about public safety in that it's the perceived the same people causing this multiple problems over and over. I don't think most people in our area feel that Devonshire is an unsafe area, but there are certain areas that are now becoming unsafe to go to because of the people that are residing in that area. And people feel frustrated the police are not doing something about it, and we have to educate the community on what the police can or cannot do under the restrictions that are in place for various reasons, that it's not the police that are not dealing with it, it's the whole system as a whole that is not dealing with it. And then let's see, so traffic, homelessness, and then just response time is another issue. Devonshire is such a large division that as you look at it with the 48 plus square miles, and it's probably actually larger than that now with the expansion up in Porter Ranch and that, a car can take quite a period of time to get from one place to another. As just a personal example, yesterday a call went out for a found missing or found adult in confused circumstances trying to get out into the wrong house. She forgot where she lived. I happened to respond to that call yesterday. It's 112 degrees. The woman was in advanced age and confused. We were able to get her water, get her into shadow, actually found her house, got her in there. But it took the black and white 45 minutes to get there because they were coming from the far end of the division, and that's not a code 3 call. Given the size of the division and given traffic conditions in the valley, it can take a long, long period of time. And everybody's always complaining, I had a party and it took them so long to respond. Well, again, we only have so many officers and it's a very, very big division, and just travel time is a huge issue that people don't take into account. Now, when we do get a specific complaint that I called in and nothing happened, we will turn it over to Captain Burns and or the senior leads, and they'll pull up the dispatch logs. And we do try to get back to the community and advise them that, hey, your call came in at this point, but you did have a noisy party, but you had the officers were assigned had 5 other calls, and it took them that long to get there. So that is a big issue, that our geography is just a factor that works against us for speedy response and increased community satisfaction. Did I answer your questions with that?
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate that. And I just did have just one quick, one other final question. You presented a pretty kind of broad or vast network of volunteers, different people participating in different parts of the various organizations. Generally speaking, how would you characterize, are you getting a cross section of people from Devonshire? And I'm specifically in my mind, I'm wondering, are these, predominantly retired people who are, have the time and able, to invest a lot of time in being actively engaged? Are you getting young people engaged? Is it a cross section? How would you describe the level of engagement?
So I'll take this one for a second. So, Commissioner, so we're very fortunate. We do have a large amount of retired people that do volunteer, and that's great. We also actually have a lot of youth, a lot of students from CSUN, because CSUN is in the division. And basically we have a lot of volunteers from CSUN that actually actively work at the PAL Center with the kids there and stuff like that. They help tutor. We actually set up a program last year when the schools were shut down, so that a lot of the kids in the area that don't have desktops at home, they don't have good Wi-Fi, they were able to come to the PAL Center, obviously very limited capacity, be able to use the Wi-Fi as well as a desktop there. And the CSUN students were able to help tutor them. So we do kind of a good cross group of volunteers, and a lot of our young volunteers we also have at the station, because they like to come here. The kids that are going into criminal justice, kids that also are dealing with crime statistics and working with that. So I would say, actually, if anything, we probably have the spectrum on the younger end as far as like the 18 to probably mid-20s, and then we have a retired group. If anything, we're probably short. It's probably the group in the middle, which is probably our most people who are working and at jobs and unfortunately don't have the time or maybe energy to volunteer. But I definitely say we have a younger group and an older group.
If I might, and I promise I'll close on this, but if I might just split a hair on the younger group population you're mentioning. So I can imagine as the co-chair also described, how you kind of get some feedback and engagement with, the older crowd, whether it's people who are working or retired, what have you, who are expressing, concerns with response times and issues and things of that nature. When you're thinking about the younger group of people that you're dealing with, how much of that is more, when I'm just going to use the broad term, the booster club, model that you mentioned you were trying to move away from? I'm talking about, is that if you added all that up, is it primarily, kids that are kind of interacting with police officers in kind of the, warm, fuzzy relational ways, or have an interest in law enforcement? Or are they also being offered and using a platform to express what other issues or concerns that they may have about policing, or the level of services they're getting, or issues they're concerned about in the community?
I'll start on that, but I'll let Bill finish, only because we do have, I'd say if the younger group, I definitely say they're either interested in careers in criminal justice. They do, yeah, they like to come to the police station also, to see how operations and how things work. I would say we don't have a lot of our younger group that are involved in CPAB or even our booster club. I'd say that's more an older group. But we definitely try to get feedback from them. And when we have events such as like coffee with the captain or coffee with the senior lead, then we definitely have younger groups show up and express their opinion, especially, their different, aspects of what they think are good or bad about the police department. But I would say primarily where we see most of our younger volunteers is also, like I said, at the Powell Center, because they have an opportunity to work with younger kids. And, we work a lot at the Powell Center, whether it's preventing kids from joining gangs, preventing kids from dropping out of school, helping them kind of stay on the right track. But does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's a topic, something that we're looking at, more broadly as well, is to try to find new ways to encourage the engagement with young people across not just all the CPADs, but across the board. And so it's just, an issue of interest, as you will, to understand where everybody's starting from, or where everybody is today. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's definitely a challenge for us. We, as the captain said, we do tend to have a younger and older, and we're trying to fill in more in the middle, age bracket, but people get busy with work. For example, in our volunteer program, I think we have about 22 active members right now in BCP. There were only 3 members of that had been long-term members of other volunteer activities like CPAB at Devonshire. We have gone out and we've tried to recruit from the community. We will put up a pop-up tent and a table and start, talking to people, bring one of the cars for, eye candy, and put it at the train station, put it at the mall, places like that. So we've tried to do that. And then we run into, we have some young mothers that now will do it when their kids are at daycare, or when their husbands can watch them at night. And we try to offer shifts during the day and also on weekends. And that's one of the things we're trying to encourage people in the middle age bracket to think that you don't have to just go out during the middle of the day. And it's just like Boy Scouts. I'm also involved with Boy Scouts. We try to tell people you can come and put in, a couple hours a night, do it once or twice a month. We don't need you out there 5 days a week, that sort of thing. We do have minimum amount of time we ask people to put in so they stay trained and safe and current. But we try to be as very flexible as we can about the people's schedules to work around them. And again, trying to get more members on things like CPAB, we specifically, as we did our targeting, we're looking at people's age brackets and trying to make sure there were people not with just gray hair like me. And we have been successful in targeting additional people for that. When things like COVID are done and it's safer to go and have more interactions, we do intend to try to do things like go by CSUN, put a table there and engage with people. But right now, with being 110 in the valley and having to wear a mask in public, we just called off an event for the Northridge Mall for next week because of, we have safety concerns of our own members, and we want to make sure that, given the age bracket of a bunch of them, we don't make anything worse than it already is. But we're very open to suggestions. One final thing I'd like to mention, by the way, the other Valley co-chairs, we do an awful lot of interaction between the Valley co-chairs on what's working for their CPABs, what's not working. And we meet probably at least about a monthly basis to try to have some synergy to go through it. And we're looking forward to the upcoming city is putting together an upcoming thing for all the CPABs across the city, and we're looking forward to participating. But within Valley Bureau, we remain very active, and we encourage the other bureaus to do the same, because what works great in Devonshire may or may not work great in Van Nuys, but it's really great if we hear what they're doing over there, and then I can steal from them and take credit for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that, and appreciate your presentation today. And I think we all look forward to an opportunity to talk some more at the upcoming CPAB Summit. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Cotter and Captain Burns. Nice to see you again. Both of you have a safe day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very much. Bring up the next presentation for the adult diversion. Deputy Chief Chris Pitcher.
Hello.
Hi, Chief Pitcher. How are you today?
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Doing well. Doing well. Is it just going to be you with the presentation for the adult diversion program?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Great. Why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Absolutely. So about the beginning of the year, we were given direction by the chief of police to partner with the district attorney, city attorney, and the county's alternatives to incarceration to develop an adult pre-filing diversion pilot program, which would be intended to basically divert qualified misdemeanor and felony arrestees into immediate housing or treatment services as necessary. And so provided they are qualified, and here are the qualifications that we came up with. The individuals who are arrested, they need to be homeless, experiencing mental illness, or have substance abuse disorders, and they have to be arrested for one of the pre-authorized 50 felony or 20 misdemeanor charges, and they cannot have a disqualifying violent arrest history, which includes firearms, sex offender charges and convictions, arson, domestic violence, driving under the influence, and or stalking. This is also combined with they cannot have any outstanding arrest warrants that are currently linked to any of those violent charges, or any arrest warrant that cannot be cited out by the sheriff's department or the courts. Further, they cannot be medically disqualified, which means at the time of arrest, they can't require any further treatment that can't be provided in the jail dispensary. And then last but not least, they have to agree to participate in the program. So the process essentially looks like once an individual is arrested, the arresting officer will complete a program screening form for the arrested individual. That screening form talks about all of the qualifications we just discussed. That is forwarded to the watch commander on duty, who reviews the qualification standards and then approves diversion for the individual. The arrestee is then presented to the detention officer at the jail, who starts processing the individual. That detention officer will reconfirm diversion eligibility, and then if they are eligible still, they will contact the at-scene Alternatives to Incarceration, or ATI representative, who is present at the jails on a 24/7 basis. That ATI representative will interview the arrestee and confirm their desire to participate in the program. If the arrestee agrees to participate, then ATI will immediately contact their contracted transportation van, who will respond to the jail within 60 minutes to provide transportation for that arrestee. That arrestee, if it occurs after hours, after 6 p.m., That arrestee is transported immediately to ATI's offices downtown Los Angeles, where they are interviewed, screened, and assigned to the proper treatment program and/or provided services based upon their need and the resource availability at the time. If the arrest occurs and the screening happens at the jail during regular business hours, that individual is taken from the jail and transported directly to the available housing and/or treatment facilities throughout the city and the valley. So after that, after the individual is off to receiving their treatment and/or their bed, their shelter, the officers will process the paperwork, which means an arrest report, the original charges. They will complete the arrest report in the usual manner, and that they are notating that the individual is now participating in the diversion program, which essentially will delay any criminal filing presentation. The matter is held in abeyance. Those arrest reports are taken by the detective, if any, and basically processed and presented to either the district attorney for a felony charge or the city attorney's office for any misdemeanor charges, with the follow-up notation that that individual is currently in the ATI pre-filing diversion program, and they will hold any criminal filings until further notice. So basically what we have is, remember, all diverted charges are only for non-violent and non-serious misdemeanor and felony crimes, and they're always subject to adjustment by the chief of police, the district attorney, or the city attorney based upon any issues that they see going on with the program and/or charges or prosecution. So currently, this program is operating right now as a pilot only at the 77th Regional Jail. However, it will expand second to the Metropolitan Detention Center downtown, and then it will find its way into the Valley Regional Jail once all of the operational adjustments are made. We talk, as the Deputy Chief and Commanding Officer Detective Bureau, I talk with the DA and the CA and the ATI, or Alternatives to Incarceration director, who is a retired Superior Court judge from Los Angeles County. We talk literally every week about the issues that are ongoing. We make all of the adjustments and, ultimately work out any operational concerns that we see going on between the agencies, the jails, and the department. As you know, the program is less than a month old, and there have been a total of 21 individuals that have met the qualifications and/or those who basically wish to participate in the program. So 21 have been diverted to date. 11 of those are successfully in the substance use disorder and mental crisis treatment programs. We currently have 10 who have either failed to participate in the program initially or have left the program before completion. Detective Bureau is currently working with the ATI and the DA and CA's offices, checking on the status of each of those 10 individuals who have either failed to show or left the program. And we are checking to see that those initial arrest charges that they were brought in for are now being presented to the DAs or CAs. And keep in mind, the district attorney and the city attorney at the start of this program, they retain the right to file charges or not against any of these individuals who fail to show up at the program or fail to complete the program. So the program's initial focus and objective is to provide immediate treatment and housing for diverted individuals rather than incarceration. As the chief sees it and everybody else associated, it is a very viable option to prosecution and incarceration for individuals at a non-violent, non-serious level. The measures of effectiveness of the program include the ongoing participation in the previously selected and identified county vetted programs, the treatment programs and community-based organizations, such as the Tarzana Treatment Program, the LA Door counseling and drug treatment programs, the short-term county housing that's going on throughout the entire county of Los Angeles, and the Antioch family therapy services. So these are where these individuals are immediately taken to once they qualify and decide to participate in the program. ATI right now is currently working with the LASD's Lancaster Station, Santa Monica PD, and Long Beach PDs, who have agreed to participate also in this pre-filing diversion program, but they have yet to go online as of today's date. And then, so a little bit more about the program. Other than using detention officers on the LAPD side to process the individuals and provide office space in the jails, all fiscal considerations for the program, for the transportation, for the services, counseling, therapy, and follow-ups are currently being paid by the LA County's ATI, or Alternatives for Incarceration program. And then the most common diverted charges to date include overwhelmingly narcotics possession charges. We have a couple of driving a vehicle without consent. We have a couple of trespass arrests and a couple of petty theft arrests to round out the total of 11 diverted individuals to date. And I'm available for your questions, sir.
Thank you, Chief Pitcher. I really appreciate the explanation of the program. Based on some earlier comments today, I was somewhat concerned, but I think you clarified it. And just for purposes of clarification only, because you did mention that this program takes folks who may be charged with a felony. I just want to completely understand that the type of felony you're talking about is not an assault with a deadly weapon, not someone who has shot a gun at someone or just intentionally, or not someone who is engaged in armed robbery. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, sir. Every felony and misdemeanor charge were discussed with the chief of police by myself. They are non-violent and non-serious charges. Examples of the felony charges are bookmaking, forgery, theft, embezzlement, grand theft, defrauding type issues, receiving stolen property, some computer related crimes, things of that nature that are clearly non-violent and non-serious. And then on the misdemeanor side, you're looking at trespasses, shoplifting, petty thefts, vandalisms, solicitation, or agreeing to engage in acts of prostitution, illegal lodging, driving a vehicle without the owner's consent, and then a variety of low-level narcotics charges.
So, Chief Moore, you wanted to say something?
I'll let you finish, sir. Just at some point, I would like to weigh in a couple aspects of this. Thank you.
On the shoplifting, I know it has been the subject of national media and local media. These roving, and particularly in Northern California. I don't know if we've had it here in Southern California yet, but we've had these roving band of individuals who go in, they rush into a store, and they shoplift with massive amounts, and then they come out and they disperse. And it seems to be somewhat organized. Are we saying that individuals who engage in that type of activity, whether you classify it as a felony or a misdemeanor, would be potentially eligible for this diversion program?
No, typically it's the petty thefts, the shoplift petty thefts under the felony amount. And in fact, the petty thefts with a prior, which makes it a felony, are not even allowed to participate in diversion.
Thank you. Chief Moore.
So thank you for the opportunity. And Deputy Chief Pitcher, thank you for appearing earlier today on the conference on street violence. We are a mobile organization, so to the commissioners and to the public, he's in a car because he was in Anaheim earlier today talking about talking with our detectives and law enforcement in Southern California as we look towards our how do we counter street violence in our cities and strategies that are working and areas that we need to improve on. Having said that, I want to thank Deputy Chief Pitcher for his leadership, working with ATI, working with the District Attorney's Office, with the City Attorney's Office as well. I've spoken with the principals in each of those offices, and I will say that his leadership in concert with staff from the District Attorney's Office, City Attorney, and ATI have really, I think, fleshed out a good measured program for individuals experiencing homelessness and individuals experiencing substance abuse and or mental illness. These are the primary factors that go to the screening here for this diversion. A chronic individual with a past involving violence, an individual that Commissioner Briggs, you described as part of an organized theft crew, those are not individuals that are eligible. The eligibility here is really to seek resources to provide housing, effective mental health and substance abuse treatment, and avoid the criminal justice system as a deliverer of that. And if we can get these individuals in front of these services and give them that opportunity, that off-ramp, and they're successful, then we've avoided many times the perils of incarceration and being in a system, if you will, the organization that actually reinforces some of the very problems that disallow these individuals from being successful in a community setting. So community support, community resource. I'm proud of LAPD, us leading this in 77th. I look forward to expanding to downtown Los Angeles and to the Valley and also Hollywood. And lastly, we were chosen because of the work of ATI in researching the types and numbers of arrests and the profile of those arrests and where those individuals were ending up in a criminal justice system. And so this was truly a bypass when you found that these individuals typically would end up in these services in these locations, but only after being drugged through the system. This is an off-ramp that allows a more efficient and compassionate alternative to those that are willing. And that's what's critical to all of our community imbalance. Those that are unwilling to take that door, and again, they've resourced this where those 24/7, those resources are there, those counselors are there, those services that person can be in a van and out of the house within hours. But if they're willing to do that, that's a great off-ramp. But if they're not, then they proceed through the system. And if they fall off, which to this point, 50% has fallen off, but that's 50% that haven't. But those that have, we will hold accountable and bring before the criminal justice system. But I applaud this work. I think in balance that it works well, and our strategies to focus on those that are the most chronic, the most habitual, those that prey continually on neighborhoods and on victims of violence crime, particularly. That's where the DA's office has assigned investigators and other resources, and this is a balance to that for that other parts of the organization that don't need that full response. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I want to open it now to other commissioners who may have questions. Commissioner Decker, I saw your mic open first.
Thank you. Two what I think are quick questions. First, Chief Pitcher, regarding the statistics, and I do understand this program is only 30 days old, so it's a bit hard to use these statistics, but in terms of those who have failed or left the program before completion, I assume part of what you're doing and what the team is doing is evaluating those cases to determine whether the intake process truly vetted the candidates, or if there can be improvements made to ensure greater success. I assume that's part of what's going on behind the scenes, but I wanted to verify that with you.
That is, Commissioner. We are talking with ATI and all of the partners, even the resource providers, to discuss ways that we can do that better to make sure that the vetting process is appropriate. Our standards are high. You look at the qualification standards, it is very high for an individual to get in there. But once they are in there, they have that opportunity to reclaim their lives and to be provided with the critical services. But we are working on additional follow-up after the fact of trying to reclaim those individuals who drop out of the program. And so ATI and their individuals are out there contacting these people and recontacting them to bring them back in. And it's clear, on the outset of this program, we knew that you would have a high drop-off rate, 40 to 60%, and it may take 2, 3, 4, 5 times to get somebody through this program successfully. So we are prepared for that. And once again, we're making those adjustments, and we're doing the behind the scenes follow-up with ATI and with their contract individuals to locate and bring these people back into the programs for better service.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that, and also appreciate hearing they'll be given at least another opportunity to succeed at this. So thank you, Chief Pitcher. Chief Moore, I believe you've already answered this question, but I'd like to try to be sure that it was answered, because we did get some callers who seem to suggest perhaps that this is not an effective law enforcement tool, or that somehow the department's an unwilling participant in this program. And I want to be sure that our record is clear and that your statements are clear, because you did express gratitude that the department's leading and that it's an efficient and effective system. But I wonder if you could, if you wouldn't mind, put to rest any concerns people have in terms of your view of whether this is an effective law enforcement tool.
Well, this is certainly a pilot effort that builds on best practices and evidence base that these alternatives and this adult diversion, much like juvenile diversion, can have positive effects and often do when people are given opportunities outside the criminal justice system. And that I look forward to this pilot moving forward to study it, to understand, just as you have, is the screening tool appropriate? We know we're going to have failures. Alcoholics Anonymous, we know that substance abuse programs have high recidivism rates. Fallout, people go back time and time again before it sticks. Engagement with persons experiencing homelessness to garner their support and trust where they'll enter housing takes at times 20 to 25 contacts with trusted individuals. That happens over time. That's not 19 failures. That's the process in order to achieve success. And in this instance, we believe we have stricken the right balance on property-related crimes with individuals with substance and abuse problems, housing issues that can get them services to protect the public, but also restore these individuals to be successful. It is not a solve all for everything. The increase in shooting violence, the increased levels of homicides, robberies, and other occasions do give us pause, but that doesn't mean we should focus everything on that area of our work and ignore these lower level matters that we can find effective alternatives. The other last issue is this saves department resources and allows us to focus on those that need our most critical need and attention, rather than being tied up with the booking and processing and custody of individuals that are only upon arraignment going to perhaps be released and not even found housing or substance abuse programs. This assures us safe passage of those individuals, frees us up of space and resources that are otherwise charged with maintaining custody of these individuals. I think it's an efficient use. Now, we'll know more 6 months, a year from now, 18 months. I never want to tell the future on these issues, but it is based on good evidence and best practices that we've seen on a much smaller level. And I'm happy that as a large law enforcement agency in LA County, that we're an active participant. And I look to other law enforcement agencies, the sheriffs and others that are be joining this effort as well.
Thank you, Chief Moore, and I appreciate hearing about the benchmarks of measurements that you'll be evaluating as the program goes forward. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Commissioner Kalanchi, I understand you wanted to ask some questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Pitcher. I have a few questions, follow-up questions. I understand a program, a diversion program for the substance use disorder. what would be a program for somebody that is arrested for some of the other misdemeanors, like the driving without a license or the shoplifting or petty theft? What are some of the other programs that they would be enrolled in as a diversion to booking and arrest?
So Commissioner, I think at the outset of the, when we started talking about the development of the program, ATI's focus is on basically those who are substance abuse, individuals, as well as those who have homelessness issues, and then those who have mental illness issues. That's the population that they were targeting. And so the specific treatment programs were geared to address those concerns, to provide, the counseling, the therapy, and they do go a little bit further. Some will provide vocational training and family support. However, they're focused on addressing the substance use as well as the mental illness and providing them immediate shelter.
Got it. So basically, these charges are in conjunction with like having some sort of substance use disorder.
Well, anybody,
Yeah.
anybody who gets arrested for any one of the 50 felony or 20 misdemeanor charges and has those one or more of those three issues, they can be diverted, provided they meet all qualifications. And then once again, they are immediately provided the treatment for the one of those three or all of those three crossovers that the ATI determines is currently at issue.
Got it. Thanks. Now, as far as the pilot at 77th Division, how long is the pilot?
So the pilot between ATI, the DACA, and the department, obviously us, we wanted to pilot it out until we were able to address all of the operational issues and to make sure that we felt very comfortable from the operational standpoint, from the jailers, from the department, from the ATI representatives, from the transportation, and then ultimately the individual community-based organizations that provide the treatment. Once we address all of the concerns that we talk about on a weekly basis, and we have a very solid confidence level going forward, we will move forward and make the request to the chief to further this at the Metropolitan Detention Center.
So it's only a pilot in the 77th jail in order to see if we can expand to other areas.
That is correct. It is, the chief is fully behind this. Obviously, there were a lot of moving pieces to this, different entities and individuals we had to get together and ultimately mesh together and give solid guidance and direction, and then go back and restate our expectations of the program. And as we are doing that now, yes, the program was solid. Once we gain that level of confidence, then we will expand that to the Metropolitan Detention Center and then to the Valley Regional Jail over in the Valley, with the fourth target, if we can get funding, and we've discussed this with the chief and with ATI and the county, is potentially moving it over to one of our other busiest jails, is the Hollywood jail, so that we can cover the west side. And so remember, it's the feeder jails. Everybody that brings somebody into the 77th jail can be as many as 5, 7, 8 different divisions. That makes that population even more available to participate potentially in this adult pre-filing diversion program.
And who are the leads at these jails? Is it the detectives, or are there folks specifically trained to do the intake and just make the decision whether they're diverted or not?
So it's a very simple screening form that you look at, and it's a check the box. You go down and it says, have you had one of these arrests? Are you, do you have substance abuse disorder issues? Are you mentally ill? And then, obviously homelessness issues. And then you go on, they look at the rap sheet. Do they have a history of violence? and so forth and so on. You go down all of these. So it's an easy check the box by the officer who verifies that and then brings it to all of the watch commanders at the jail division who were specifically trained to look at that. And like any other arrest for the department, they will approve or disapprove participation in the diversion program. And then we move it over to the detention officers. Each detention officer there has been given very specific training to reconfirm the eligibility to participate in diversion, where they move that forward to the on-site, on-staff ATI individual who then interviews, finally makes that appropriate notation, and then requests the transportation to immediate service.
Got it. And then one last question. Out of the 21 that were diverted, how many were eligible?
Well, all of them were eligible. All of the 21 that were diverted were eligible.
So you only had 21 that were eligible and all 21 took the diversion program?
No, we had more than that. However, based on the zero bail issue that we have now, they will take their chances. Many of them are refusing to go into the program and have to go to the, the program and participate for a 60 or 90-day treatment program. They're saying no on the the outset. And so we are losing some to the zero bail because they know they're going to walk right out the door based on the low level, non-serious, non-violent misdemeanor or felony that they were originally charged with.
So based on the criteria, how many would you say would have been eligible or would be, or were eligible and just decided not to? I'm just trying to get a sense of like how big the program could be.
Yeah, I'm not sure of those numbers. I will get those for you and report back to you. Certainly, I don't want to guess, but from the weekly discussions, I'm being told by the ATI individuals that many of the arrestees who would have otherwise qualified for that program have decided not to because they knew they were walking out the door in the next 15 minutes and may not be filed on, as a result anyways.
Okay, yeah, a number would be great just to kind of get a sense of what the potential population could be that could be diverted.
I will do that for you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. That's it.
You're very welcome.
I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Calente. Any other questions? Commissioner Bonner, I see your mic is open.
Thank you. I think just one, maybe two, because most of the questions were answered, but I just wanted to make sure I understand the situation with the criteria. You were referencing checking the boxes. And if you're looking at a single, individual, do you have to check all of the boxes, or do you have to check any of the boxes? Is one question. And then also in terms of the program sponsorship or ownership, if you will, are the criteria they developed in concert with the ATI program, or is that are they established by the department?
So to answer your first question, it is checking all of the boxes. They have to basically qualify under those 6 or 7 different criteria, or they are not eligible. And so as we talked about it, it's obviously, I don't want to go over, but it's every one of those.
So let me ask you as quickly on that, and we don't have to dig into it in great detail here, but is it such that you can either now or over time will be able to identify whether there's any particular 1, 2, or 3 criterion that that they're not meeting, or is it much more random than that?
Well, I think it's been very well thought out, sir, as we sat down and talked about with the DA, the CA, ATI, and myself and my staff as to the qualifications to make sure we are getting those individuals that are going to be reflective of a non-serious, non-violent, background, that this was the minimum at the time that we could basically agree upon to move them forward into diversion and ultimately treatment. That doesn't preclude the revisiting of any one or more of these, selection criteria or qualification criteria, and either narrowing it or broadening it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. because it strikes me that the spirit of it really is to capture those individuals who, for whatever reasons, are kind of at the brink or potentially going across the line, and you have an opportunity to kind of bring them back, or they have an opportunity, I should say, to kind of come back before getting further involved in the system.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay.
You know, one to add a point to your question is one we're looking at right now, even more closely are the warrants, where it says you cannot have a warrant, obviously, that is not side outable by the sheriffs or by the court. We are looking at that a little bit more in terms of broadening that scope, as long as it doesn't have any warrant for, once again, violence, weapons possession, stalking, domestic, any of those DUI or any other sex offenses. So that's something we're looking at, maybe potentially broadening a little further.
Got it. And I do have one last question on the screening. At what stage, just as a very practical matter, at what stage does that occur? So if somebody is, whether it's stopped in a pedestrian stop or stopped, in a minor shoplifting kind of situation, between that point in time and the time I'm assuming the screening doesn't occur on the spot, right? Or that's the question is, at what point does the screening occur? And is everybody who's doing the screening, properly trained? In other words, you wouldn't want somebody on the street being kind of aggressively interrogated, by someone asking all these various questions in order to establish their qualification for participating in this program, or is that how it occurs?
So what happens is when an arrest is made for any of the qualifying charges, that screening takes place at the jail. And so when the officer transports the individual, just like filling out a booking, approval slip for the watch commander, at the same time, they will fill out an ATI screening form for potential, participation in the diversion. So it's done at that point where they can get a closer look at their arrest history, which is what they normally have to do, for every arrest. And then ultimately they have 7 questions they have to answer to see if this person can qualify for participation in diversion.
Got it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Any other questions? Commissioner Soboroff? No. Chief Pitcher, thank you very much. This sounds like a very promising pilot program. I wish you much success in it. I think we're off to a good start. I'd rather see the glass as half full rather than half empty, and I like the direction that we're headed. So thank you again for all your work.
I agree, sir. Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, we'll go to the next agenda item, item 4C, the off-duty employment and department uniform at Ford Theater. I believe Assistant Chief Gurmala will be presenting. And and Commander Scott Carlson. Good afternoon, Chief Gurmala. How are you today?
Fine, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you
for joining us.
Thank you as well. And thank you for the opportunity to present on this item. So in short, recently, a representative of the Los Angeles Philharmonic Association approached the department seeking the ability and approval from the Board of Police Commissioners to hire 2 Los Angeles Police Department officers off duty in uniform to provide visible presence, security in general in support of private security, and the ability to provide support for traffic control and any crowd control issues at the Ford Theater, which, as I believe you're all familiar with, is nestled within the Cahuenga Pass, and is a venue that hosts up to 1,300 people, and there are 40 events that are planned for this season. The Los Angeles Philharmonic, as you know, also oversees operations at the Hollywood Bowl. And currently at the Hollywood Bowl, we have a similar approval situation for the same list of issues as well. So I went to Chief Moore to seek his support and approval for this in the interest of public safety, and also in case of any emergency at the location, LAPD officers would be there on scene to provide guidance and help to those that are in control of that venue. So that is basically what we are seeking the approval from the Board of Police Commissioners today.
Thank you, Chief. I want to open it up for to see whether or not any commissioners have any questions at this time. Commissioner Bonner.
Yeah, I had two questions, please. One just point is, and I'll just ask them both together, and then you can respond. One is just a point of information in terms. The write-up indicated that there's unarmed security who will remain the primary response at this and other locations, and so I just wanted to clarify that this is that these are uniformed officers whose presence is augmenting, the private response as opposed to replacing or supplanting. So that's one question. And then related is a question of, in these situations generally, what is the experience in terms of who sets the mission? And what I'm referring to is having talked to a couple of officers just some time back who were talking about their experience in doing this kind of work off duty, and they were discussing how in some cases when you report that the owner or the manager of some facility may be asking you to engage in a way that maybe is not really what your mission is, whether it's to effectively be the bouncer for the evening or to keep certain people out of a certain private room or something like that. But so the question is, how are the officers engaged in that standpoint in terms of showing up and making sure that they're staying on mission?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonner. I'll take the first question first. And there is contract private security, which is unarmed at the location. And we would be there to support them only in the event that that is needed. So there is an augmentation component to the physical presence of off-duty uniform LAPD officers, but we are not the primary security for that venue if it is approved by this body. In addition, with the second part of your question, these are mutually agreed upon duties and responsibilities, and they are in comport. For example, at the Ford Theater, they would be in comport with other venues throughout the city, including similarly to the Hollywood Bowl. If there would be any question or issue with regard to any request by the venue, we would definitely reach out to Police General Counsel to ensure that there was no overstepping of any request or obligation that was being put on the department. And also those questions or concern would be brought to the Chief of Police. In our past experiences, that has not occurred at the venues that were previously approved. And we believe with the same operations director with whom we've been dealing with the Hollywood Bowl and the department's history there, that has not occurred. And we do not foresee those issues resurrecting themselves in any form at this time with the Ford Theater, which is clearly a smaller and much more manageable venue.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
If you wanted to comment.
Yes, I'll just further back Chief Grimald's point. The officer's presence there, they're still bound by the rules and regulations, all the policies of this department, including its training. And so this is, as an off-duty officer in uniform, they still represent us. And so this is their primary responsibility is to this department. We have seen at other venues where, to Commissioner Bonner's inquiry, officers have been asked to perhaps engage in some type of security or oversight of a facility that the officers clearly said, this is not why I'm here. And then those are where our conversations with the organizers, with the lead there, clarifies that. This has happened at the Coliseum, it's happened at other venues. And we said, for instance, drunk service, I'll give you a perfect example. Service of alcoholic beverages at these locations where patrons become over-intoxicated, or become intoxicated to a point of becoming unruly. So practices at that venue that then officers are then thrust into. Those are circumstances that we clarify that either you change the management practices there, So those officers are not unduly called into those situations, or we're going to revoke our presence there. And in addition to taking enforcement action on you for not monitoring your ABC sales the way that you should. So it's a good cooperative relationship for us. It is an enhancement to the risk of violence at these locations by having an added presence of officers there. Large scale venues still continue to be a target for particular acts of violence, and this is one of the safeguards that we see as mutually beneficial to the city's safety as well as those patrons that are there.
Appreciate that. I would just, since you added some additional thoughts, just want to make sure on this point, we're clear the system is set up so that the officer, so that the individual officer is not put in that position of having to negotiate this on site when someone may ask them to do something that is beyond what they're supposed to be doing, right? That's kind of what I'm making sure is that it's not, you know, somebody who's in that position who's got to show up and then negotiate the whole contract and so on, that there's other checks in the system that would deal with that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions, Commissioner Bonner? Commissioner Soboroff, I saw you reaching for your mic. Do you have any questions?
Oh, mine was answered before, but I'm totally for this program.
Commissioner Decker, any questions? Thank you, Chief. Then I guess the requested action is that we approve the department's report relative to the off-duty employment and the department's uniform at the Ford Theater. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief Kamala. You might as well stick around because you're on the next item as well. That's item 4D, the department's report relative to the Echo Park rehabilitation after action report. We're going to have Assistant Chief Gramala, Deputy Chief Labrada, Commander Donald Graham, and Captain Lopez. It's all yours, Chief Gramala. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Briggs, and thank you, Commissioners, Mr. Tiefenk, Inspector General, Mr. Smith, Chief Moore, and again, members of the public for your patience as we go through this presentation. I'm Assistant Chief Beatrice Gramala, the Director of the Office of Operations, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with my colleagues. Here to my left is the Commanding Officer of Operations Central Bureau, Deputy Chief Al Labrada, and to my right is the Commanding Officer of Rampart Area, Captain Al Lopez. Hopefully he's up on the screen remotely joining us is Commander Donald Graham. At the time, Commander Graham was our department's homeless outreach coordinator, and he was also the incident commander during this period, which commenced on March 24th, 2021. We just want to assure all those viewing that we are socially distanced in the room. Only speakers will remove their mask, as I am at this time, to address this item. As we had discussed the after action report and recommendations moving forward, there are three overarching points I would like to highlight. First, closing of the park was a last resort as defined by the city family and city officials, and not a decision independently made by the Los Angeles Police Department. Secondly, the Los Angeles Police Department's supporting role was to keep those who had installation and maintenance responsibilities to be able to accomplish those safely and unencumbered. To properly repair the park's extensive damage, the determination was made by the involved city agencies that the entire area would need to be fenced off to undertake the requisite renovations, and it was necessary to prevent repopulation during these efforts to prevent injuries, delays, and escalation of costs. Lastly, as the operational periods began, only 2 individuals remained in the park and unfortunately chose not to accept multiple offers of services which were made by the involved and dedicated outreach agencies. At this time, I would like to turn over the presentation to Chief Labrada, and again, we appreciate this opportunity. Al?
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. For your approval, we'd like to present the department's after action report of the Echo Park closure that began on March 24th and ended on March 27th of this year. This report was created to fully and accurately document the department's involvement as a supporting entity in this endeavor. As our city leaders have repeatedly said, homelessness is not a criminal issue. Complicating the lives of LA's most vulnerable citizens is never our desire. The decision to close Echo Park has received both praise and criticism from various groups, and good or bad, I think that this report clearly and repeatedly shows that the LAPD was not responsible for this decision. This was not a criminal issue. The decision to close the park rested solely with the council district and the Department of Recreation and Parks. We did not lead this effort, and our involvement was as a supporting department only. A little bit of background. Echo Park has been around since 1892, when Los Angeles Water Reservoir number 4 was officially recognized and named Echo Park. Today, the park lies within Rampart area and is represented by Councilman Mitchell Farrell in Council District 13. In 2011, Echo Park was closed for a 2-year, $45 million renovation. During that renovation, landscaping was totally redone, the lake was drained, and walking paths were created around the lake for the public. Prior to 2019, Echo Park was a bustling hub of activity and a destination for neighboring residents and tourists. It was home to the Lotus Festival and a favorite destination for families, joggers, visitors, and residents. Regarding the homelessness, for years, Echo Park had a small revolving number of unhoused individuals who had slept in the park. Generally, those individuals were cooperative with park rangers and the senior lead officers of Rampart area assigned to support them. Senior lead officers are seasoned, community-oriented individuals assigned to build working relationships with residents and individuals in those specific areas. When asked, those individuals would move their tents and property to the other areas of the park to allow the upkeep and continued maintenance of the park. In November of 2019, a larger, more well-equipped group of people experiencing homeless began erecting tents and other makeshift barriers in the northwest corner of the park. This new group immediately stood out as uncooperative, aggressive, and refused to move their belongings to allow basic upkeep of the maintenance for the residents in the area. The park rangers and LAPD initially attempted to gain compliance by enforcing Los Angeles municipal codes, but the occupants were confrontational and insistent that they had a right to occupy the park. When enforcement proved ineffective, the LAPD reassessed the situation, understanding that homelessness or being unhoused is not a criminal issue, and adjusted its approach. From that moment, LAPD, specifically Rampart, made a consistent effort to address issues in Echo Park through support in a compassionate outreach effort in partnership with the city family. The health concerns there. Soon after the arrival of the group of November 2019, the park's environment began to suffer from the negative effects of large number of living in a space that was not designed for continuous habitation. The park maintenance staff and visitors began complaining of significant amounts of human waste, drug paraphernalia, trash, rotting food spread across the park, and the degradation of the environment caused many visitors to feel uncomfortable bringing their families to the park. The damages. The damage to the park was not normal wear and tear. The individuals in the encampment showed complete disregard for the park by blatantly causing permanent damage to the park's physical infrastructure. The grass was ruined when irrigation systems were disabled to prevent water from hitting the tents. The public restrooms, the sinks and toilets were completely removed and the plumbing was modified to create makeshift showers. The light poles were broken into and electrical wires were run across open ground to power personal electronics inside the tents. The city's efforts to address the health concerns and safety hazards by CD13 partnered with the Recreation and Parks and Sanitation to provide weekly cleanups and remove the hazardous waste and bulky items which residents were complaining about. In a supporting role, the LAPD and park rangers agreed to provide security for the cleanups to assist our city family. Additionally, Rampart area opened a SARA project to address the situation through a compassionate outreach and education effort. Instead of issuing costly citations, officers walked and talked with the residents inside the park and about the laws and available resources available to them. SARA project is scanning, analyzation, response assessment, and it's a community problem solving model in which LAPD partners with community stakeholders to solve the quality of life issues and reduce the violence and crime. For 15 months, January 2020 to March 2021, the LAPD worked with stakeholders to develop compassionate, dignified solutions to the increasing health and safety problems in the park. After the initial attempt to enforce Los Angeles Municipal Code sections laws in January of 2020, the LAPD abandoned any enforcement in favor of outreach and education and providing resources. Council District 13 spent over $1 million to provide toilets, showers, safe property storage, and access to park restrooms. Social activism, despite the city's compassionate outreach, which was aimed towards addressing the root of the problem, social activism groups began framing the city's outreach initiatives as sweeps. Activist groups led by residents from outside of Echo Park urged the in-house people inside the park to stay and refuse housing placement. Protests were organized to stop recreation in parks and sanitation from maintaining the park and removing waste and other hazards. When maintenance crews were forced to cancel cleanups due to protests, Captain Lopez and then Deputy Chief Palazzolo met with the representatives from the encampment to find common ground and identify solutions. During their meeting, legal representatives clearly stated that the group had no plan to leave the park unless they were provided with permanent housing. They also demanded that rangers and the LAPD stop enforcement of any municipal code sections. February of 2020, while providing security for bulky item cleanup necessary for the residents, in an attempt to keep the area maintained and usable for our visitors, the park rangers were involved in a physical dispute with one of the more vocal representatives of the encampment. After that incident, sanitation and recreation and parks were forced to minimize their upkeep of the park. In March of 2020, when maintenance and upkeep had failed, Council District 13 began organizing city entities to close the park for much needed renovation and repair caused by the blatant damage done to the park. Those were exposed wires, broken plumbing, animal carcasses throughout the park, piles of trash and large furniture debris throughout the park as well. From the start, the department was intent on playing a minimal role. The damage done to the park by individuals inside the encampment was a criminal issue, but was not pursued due to the identified changes in policies and pandemic restrictions at the time. However, the department did have an obligation of being present for the security of our city workers and staff. Before the closure would be enacted, the mayor's office stated that every person sleeping in the park would have to be given an offer of housing. Due to their internal policies, LASA was unable to provide clear information on how many people had been housed and how many had been given offers of housing. To meet the mayor's requirements, the involved city family was forced to look to private organizations to secure beds for everyone staying in the park. In one instance, a local church agreed to open its doors to provide shelters to some of Echo Park's homeless residents. Unfortunately, the church pulled out when volunteers and outreach workers were met with the same hostility as those to the city workers. Before housing could be arranged for all the individuals in the park, COVID-19 began to spread across Los Angeles and the nation. City leaders found themselves in uncharted waters during the unprecedented global health crisis. In the first few months of the outbreak, policies and guidance relating to people experiencing homelessness were consistently changing. Eventually, in accordance with the directions from the mayor's office, based on information from CDC and DPH, the park closure was delayed. This was done to protect the homeless inside the park from being displaced or instructed to congregate shelters, where there were greater chances of contracting the virus. A COVID-19 shelter was opened later at Echo Park Recreation Center, drawing homeless residents from across the city and causing the number of people sleeping in the park to increase drastically. As the encampment grew during the pandemic, the park's grounds continued to deteriorate. Many of the improvements that were completed during a $45 million renovation in 2013 were now in complete disrepair. In 2020, calls for services increased nearly 20% around Echo Park. The most devastating indication and cause for concern was the 5 people who died in the park in 2020. 3 overdosed, 1 drowned, and 1 was undetermined. 1 overdose was an 18-year-old girl from Orange County who was scheduled to begin school in the fall and overdosed. At the end of 2020, to address the health and safety crisis and to prevent permanent damage to the park, Council District 13 and Department of Recreation and Parks began asking city partners to help close the park. Unfortunately, during December of 2020, as you know, and January of 2021, the department saw a dramatic increase in employees who were positive for COVID within LAPD, over 1,600 in those months alone. At the same time, Assistant Chief Gramala took command of the Office of Operations, and I was given the command of Operations Central Bureau. With fresh perspectives, we assessed the situation and felt strongly that the department to assist in closing the park during the holidays in the middle of the winter would not reflect the values of this organization. Though we were only asked to participate in a supporting role, we again asked that the closure be postponed, protecting the department and the people inside the park. The requested postponement by the department was largely due to the high COVID numbers within our department, reduced available deployment, as well as ongoing concerns for housing and placement for the unhoused residents. It was equally important that that outreach to the population and placement be consistent and effective within the park. In addition to the spike in COVID, Assistant Chief Gramala and I were concerned that LASA was unable or unwilling to state that everyone in the park had been offered housing as directed by the mayor's office. Thankfully, at the beginning of 2021, Council District 13 hired Urban Alchemy to conduct outreach in the park. On a daily basis, Urban Alchemy worked tirelessly, building relationships with many of the people sleeping in the park. Their sympathetic approach to serving people produced immediate results. In the first 3 months of 2021, Urban Alchemy was able to place over 100 people into housing using Project Roomkey. Council District 13 closely monitored Urban Alchemy's success, and when they were confident claimed that everyone in the park had been given an offer of housing, they began to pursue the closure again. The CDC guidance that caused the department to withdraw from the first park closure stated that anyone who did not have option to stay indoors should be allowed to stay in their tent. Everyone now had an option. Despite the park rangers being dramatically understaffed, Council District 13 informed the department that they would enact the closure with or without the department's help. I now turn it over to Captain Al Lopez, the commanding officer of Rampart area, to discuss the operational plan requested by the council office for the closure of the park March 24th of this year.
Thank you. As the captain responsible for Echo Park, I have been involved in this operation since the onset in November of 2019. Throughout the planning of the closure, the department made it clear that the police were not there to conduct an eviction. Urban Alchemy and LASA played a vital role in closing the park and were responsible for gaining voluntary compliance from people in the encampment. Between December 2019 and March 2021, staff and command officers met with the city attorney's office on 7 separate occasions for guidance. With the city attorney's advice, the department formulated a plan to construct a public safety perimeter to reduce vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic while the fence was being constructed and the park was being closed. Based on the city attorney's advice, Recreation and Parks determined that individuals in the park would be given 24-hour notice of the park closure, which would commence at 10:30 p.m. after the park is normally closed. The next 2 slides will show the call to action by social activist groups who supported the encampment, worked tirelessly to gather support against the city's efforts. As the closure drew near, the tone and rhetoric of several social media accounts began to post for action. While the initial social media messaging called for repopulation and calls for action against the closure, CD13 notified the LAPD during planning calls that the council office was receiving threats, messaging, including calls for activists to show up at Councilmember O'Farrell's home and office. Additionally, some of the groups identified as calling for action have depicted through past actions a tendency for violence. This narrative forced the planning section to account for possibility of potential large protests in which groups may use violence or force to repopulate the park. That possibility heavily influenced the number of personnel that the department dedicated to the operation in order to ensure that we could keep the area safe for our city partners. In addition to the call for actions made by the housing activists, anarchist groups also began calling for people to rise up and defend Echo Park. While these messages were not specifically violent, prior posts and actions conducted by these types of accounts led the department to believe there was a possibility of protest that could turn violent. The first operational period began in the evening on March 24th. During our first roll call, Assistant Chief Gramala, Commander Graham, and I emphasized the department's supporting role and our intent to facilitate the closure. Supervisors and officers were also advised of the location of the Crespo area. The goal of the first operational period was the construction of the fence and the placement of people inside the park into housing. The operation wasn't scheduled to begin until 10 p.m., but was moved up when social media influencers began posting pictures of the command post while asking people to gather at the park. Once the traffic plan was put into place and vehicle and traffic was restricted, we focused on protesters in the area of Glendale Boulevard, while city contractors began erecting the fence. The Crespo area for media members was designated and held for the duration of the incident. Inside the park, senior lead officers, park rangers, and outreach workers from Council District 13 began giving people inside the park notice of the closure and encouraged them to accept housing. That night, protesters utilized high-intense strobe lights for the first time. These were not just bright lights, but high-powered flashing bulbs that caused officers to experience flash blindness. We made every attempt to facilitate the First Amendment rights, but were forced to declare an unlawful assembly when people in the crowd began launching illegal fireworks towards officers. Policies regarding dispersal orders were followed. Use of amplified sound, a sound truck. Orders were repeated several times. Orders were given in both English and Spanish. Rear placement was not feasible due to the crowd size and the fluidness of the crowd along Glendale Boulevard. Despite the challenges, we continued to attempt to facilitate the protest and support the closure. Over the course of the night, 3 dispersal orders were given and only 1 person was arrested. As we move into operational period 2, the focus of the second operational period was continued community outreach. With the fence fully constructed, LAPD officers maintained security around the perimeter, while service providers and senior lead officers worked to house the individuals inside Echo Park. In the afternoon, CD13 held a press conference outside their office where the CEO of Urban Alchemy, who worked with the people experiencing homelessness daily, praised the operation for being done the right way. As the evening approached, the CP began to prepare for a protest that was scheduled at 5 p.m. The park perimeter was fully fenced off, with the exception of one entrance on Park Avenue and Lemoyne, where outreach workers were using that entrance to move in and out of the park. As the sun began to set, protesters who were gathered outside Councilmember O'Farrell's office began to filter down towards Lemoyne and Park. To prevent them from flooding into the park, the operations chief placed skirmish lines of officers on Lemoyne just north of Park. A department sound truck was surrounded by protesters, resulting in an officer needs help call. As we moved into operations period 3, the officers at Park and Lemoyne had held that skirmish line for hours. enduring constant insults and taunting. When darkness had completely fallen, protesters began using the strobe lights similar to the previous night. This time, there was much more. Almost immediately, officers began to ask for relief. The operations chief attempted to send arrest squads in to arrest individual agitators, but the crowd began linking arms and blocking this movement. Using the sound truck, the crowd was warned to stop using the strobe lights or unlawful assemblies would be declared. At 7:30 p.m., with no other option than to leave the officers in harm's way, the captain declared an unlawful assembly. Like the night before, policies regarding dispersal orders were followed. The dispersal order was repeated 4 times. Video taken from YouTubers filming at the back of the crowd showed that it was audible even to the people in the back of the crowd. In addition to the dispersal order, 2 orders were directed specifically at members of the media and the National Lawyers Guild, directing them to leave the area. Those orders are recorded on body-worn video. After 5 dispersal orders, the crowd size remained the same with no other option. The captain at scene declared the group to be under arrest for 409 PC. With the group contained, additional squads began to move smaller groups out of the area. When those squads encountered aggression and violence, less lethal munitions were used. In total, 182 protesters were arrested, transported to either MDC or 77 jail, where they were cited and released for 409 PC. By the start of operational period 4, only 2 individuals remained in the park. These 2 individuals I personally spoke with on the first night of the operation, where I handed them a copy of the order that the park would be closed. They made it clear at that point, and again on operational period 4, when they said they would not leave the park and we would have to arrest them. Aside from those 2 individuals, the entire population of people experiencing homelessness left the park voluntarily or accepted housing and resources. The outreach strategy was a huge success. As reported by Council District 13, over 200 people accepted housing. With the park clear, city workers from sanitation and recreation and parks were able to enter the park to begin renovation. Once the renovations began, the traffic was opened up and the east and south side of the park. It should be noted that during the hard closure, residents of the area were escorted in and out. No one was barred from entering their homes. On Friday, March 27th, with no significant activity in the area, the security and safety around Echo Park was turned back over to Rampart Division and the LAPD command post was dismantled. We'll move into arrests and use of less lethal munitions. This slide documents all the arrests and less lethal munitions used during the 3-day operation. According to department policy, use of force were documented on ICS logs. In special circumstances, additional investigations were requested. 3 personnel complaints have been initiated. 2 pending specific incidents were documented on non-categorical use of force investigations. As you can see, outside of the mass arrests made during the operation period 3, very little enforcement action was taking place. This was a deliberate decision on behalf of the planning team and the incident commander, except when we had no other choice. Our team was patient and purposeful in allowing CD13 and RAP to enact the closure without enforcement action. In the end, we cannot let the narrative that we arrested a large number of homeless people continue to spread uncontested. We did not. Only 2 individuals from inside the park were arrested, and those 2 individuals are well-known activists. Unfortunately, despite the city attorney's involvement and advice in closing the park, they did not continue through with the prosecutorial process. 30 people spent 490 hours investigating, preparing filing paperwork for individuals who were arrested for failing to disperse. The IO on the case met with the city attorney's office on 2 separate occasions and discussed the investigation. 182 packages were presented and 179 were rejected. Detentions for journalists. During the mass arrest that occurred on the third night, 3 members of the media were detained and ultimately released. The department had faced scrutiny over the fact that the journalists were detained at all and not released sooner. I'd like to clarify a few aspects of these detentions. A Crespo area was designated on the northwest corner of Glendale Park. This area was chosen for its direct proximity to the northwest quadrant of the park where previous demonstrations had taken place. During the protest the first night, those members of the media who identified themselves were allowed through the skirmish line and they returned to the Crespo area. On the third night, despite 5 dispersal orders and 2 orders given directly to the members of the media, no one from the crowd identified themselves as members of the media. It was not until after the crowd had been placed under arrest while officers were individually detaining people that the individuals identified themselves. Critique over the timeliness of the release at this point must take into account the mass arrest situation or dynamic. In the end, PIOs from media relations identified and we released the 3 bona fide members of the media. The facts that they were released and not booked despite being present after the dispersal order proves the department's process working like they were supposed to. One reporter admitted that he purposely left the Crespo area because he wanted to be where the action was. As for the 3 independent journalists, video streamers, 2 did not identify themselves until they arrived at NBC. The other independent journalist has a history of refusing to follow directions and has been arrested on multiple occasions. Estimated cost. The costs were shared among the city partners. For this reason, among others, the city has to identify ways to address similar issues before they have progressed to this point. I turn it over to Chief Labrada.
Thank you. These are the recommendations we identified in the report. Regarding the record keeping and documentation, personnel and less lethal, let me be clear that we did not discover any unreported uses of force. Minor details such as call signs, unit designations, etc., and tracking were not documented accurately. And in some instances, details surrounding uses of less lethal were not documented in appropriate detail. With the rise in protest situations and the number of videos that are posted on social media, it is important that the department do a better job of capturing relevant details associated with less lethal usage. Notably, we understand that moving forward, we have to continue training our supervisors and officers on how to deal with this issue affecting our media. This isn't an easy issue. The rise of independent internet bloggers who identify themselves as members of the media while actively antagonizing the police makes it hard for officers to grant them special access. Currently, Public Communications Group is developing new training and policies to guide officers and supervisors who encounter media members at the scene of an unlawful assembly. We also have to keep protecting our officers. I know there's a tendency to downplay the danger of strobe lights, but in the dark, tense setting where we have experience and expect projectiles, our cops have to be able to see and defend themselves. For that reason, we are grateful for the recent city motion to ban strobe lights at protest. The city has to increase the number of park rangers at the parks that they regularly monitor and model the future outreach strategies on Urban Alchemy's model and their success. Their success was obvious and made this operation possible. This last slide lists a few concepts which we think should be included in future training. Updated mass arrest processing forms and documentation requirements, effective documentation of assigned personnel, overtime and usage and use of force, best practices for de-escalating encounters with hostile crowds, and new and emergency crowd tactics for the use of strobe lights, interlocking arms, and other tactics utilized by protesters. Demonstrations and protests are going to continue to be a challenge for our department. With our staffing at a 20-year low, we have to continue training our people to handle these demonstrations efficiently. Better documentation, emphasis on de-escalation, and best practices for handling all these new violent tactics in all these areas can help us deal with these type of operations. Before I open up for questions, I want to recognize and clearly state how proud we are of the staff and command officers who were involved in this violent situation. This process was long, fluid, and challenging, but for 15 months, Captain Lopez and his senior lead officers at Rampart worked diligently to identify creative ways to address this tragedy in the park. We can always be better, and we'll continue to improve on everything we learned from. In the end, though the situation to close the park was not our decision. The department went to great lengths to facilitate First Amendment rights and showed extreme patience and did everything in their power to avoid making arrests. We have watched the videos from those nights and seen the way our officers stood on those lines for hours, absorbed verbal abuse and physical threats. We put them in a difficult position, and they handled themselves with the dignity and professionalism we ask of someone who wears the LAPD uniform. We will now take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Labrada, Chief Umrala, and Captain Lopez. I just have a couple of questions related to the media before I turn it over to my colleagues. So I'll ask you, Chief Labrada, the media that were present that evening, or the days of the protest, do they have credentials that are issued by the department or some city agency?
So I'll go into the credentialing. Yeah, we do offer, our media relations does offer credentialing. I will let Donnie Graham talk about what we saw the night of the event, since he was the incident commander, and he can kind of address that portion a little bit more.
Thank you, Chief Labrada. Good afternoon, members of the commission. What we were getting at the command post, we were first notified that a member of the media was detained by the department DOC after social media reports that were created by one of the reporters started to surface. So immediately we dispatched PIOs out to the field operations commander, who was at that time Captain Stabile. And through the efforts of the PIOs, they identified the members of the media, and then began the extraction of them from the crowd so that they could be released. As to whether or not they presented their credentials to arresting officers, it is my understanding that they did not make themselves or identify themselves to the arresting officers or supervisors at the time.
President Briggs, I can add a little bit to that. I know as Public Communications Group is working on the recommendations from this after action report, they did specifically and are specifically looking at the issue of credentialing. And while some of the reporters at scene had credentials, some were visible, some were not, but we also have a very burgeoning group of individuals who represent themselves as media. They are actively on social media and other platforms, not only here locally, but nationally and internationally. The department now is trying to establish protocols to address those individuals who are not considered the traditional media, which most of us grew up with, the basic channels, the basic print media. And that is something that is currently in progress with the oversight of the Chief of Staff and Captain Stacy Spell. So we do acknowledge the challenge that does represent. And I'm not sure if Chief Moore would like to add anything to that, because I know he's very much directly involved in how we are dealing with that challenge as a organization.
Thank you, Chief Kamala. Let me be clear that each individual that was detained that night who represents themselves as a member of the media is a separate and independent investigation into specifically what information they had, credentials presented or not, and what officers and supervisors' engagement with that individual was. On the night of this event, we did have, I received a call from the Los Angeles Times, one of their editors, regarding the detention of one of their reporters. That's one of those investigations. Our commitment is that those that have credentialed media, meaning that they, through the department or other law enforcement agencies, are issued media credentials, should be recognized. And secondly, those that do not possess those credentials, but have other means of identifying themselves, such as a business card or an employee ID that news organizations may often represent, or those individuals who represent themselves as freelancers, but members of the media. Our effort is to identify all those individuals and afford them the privileges of that for them to report and provide information to the public of public interest. That being said, when they're in a closed area, as the three circumstances I've just described, individuals chose, in my belief at this stage, chose to be in, they're subject to arrest and then are processing or determining, are they members of the media? Did they participate in activist activities to further the cause of the demonstration, or otherwise, or interfere with an officer's actions? Those could subject those individuals to more than just a detention, but to prosecution for failure to disperse. Those that are detained in that closed area who are members of the media, it is my desire, and on the night of that event, we dispatched media supervision to the scene to process them smartly and directly, and that they not be detained, they not be transported and booked into physical custody. Again, the instance in each of these, we're going to investigate, and if we fell short, we'll hold accountable. Chief Grimala's point as to the communications group or public communications group, we're currently have in a draft form. Again, further clarification to our people, to supervisors and officers alike, that when they come across an individual who represents themselves as a member of the media, is to evaluate the circumstances at hand. On this incident, and I'm going to be a bit extended here, on this incident, we had social media posts of individuals who placed onto themselves press statements, press banners, and told directly into the social media live stream that this was just a ploy for them to go out and do their activities as part of the demonstration. These are the circumstances our officers find themselves in. And these are the circumstances that are not always quickly to be determined or results in an individual's immediate release. It's going to take some time, depending on the complexities of the event, to unwind. I recognize that members of the media may feel that they're widely known and that everyone clearly understands and recognizes them immediately. I'm sorry to say that that's not always the case, but we will work at each instance so that we're sensitive and will respect the rights and roles and really the clear responsibilities of journalists to be present at these events and afforded access that does not jeopardize our officers' safety, the crowd safety. But what there is an element here that is troublesome is that in these instances where they choose to stay in these closed areas, their safety, we cannot guarantee. And that is one of the brutal truths of this circumstance and a complexity here that I want to raise. And I appreciate your patience as I've responded.
Thank you very much, Chief. That answers my question. Commissioner Soboroff, I saw you had your mic open.
Thank you. I thought the report was interesting in that it showed the amount of time a number of people spent and a number of organizations spent over a period of over a year to avoid chaos and tragedy. And it also showed the organized amount of time and energy and coordination and money that were spent by people who were there to create tragedy. In the future, add 2 words to that: without consequences. When the city attorney takes 190 or however many files and tosses 178 of them away, what are the consequences? And so as we go forward into other situations like this, when there are groups and people, many times we hear from them directly, whose purpose is to create issues with the strobe lights, with the throwing of things, fireworks, et cetera, et cetera. In the future, it seems to me to be harder because we're more limited with less lethal munitions. God forbid we don't have less lethal and have to use something. And I think that in summary, this report brought up what is escalating into a national issue, and certainly a local issue, and certainly a council district by council district issue of ways to goad for whatever reasons, whether they're financial or to get on TV or just to get affirmation in their own small social circles. A very organized attempt to create all the problems that all the social service agencies and all, including rec and parks, and all the public safety issues, public safety responders, including fire, police, everything else, are trying to avoid. And I think it's a damn shame. My comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Soberoff. Does any other commissioner have any statements or questions? Mr. Kalanchik?
Thank you. I have a quick question about the recommendation to hire the park rangers. So I'm wondering if we had all those park ranger positions filled, would the deployment and the staging, would that have been different? Or what is a recommendation for the hiring of park rangers connected to, or what is it about?
I can start on the recommendations were based on the ability for others to take on some of those responsibilities at those parks to address those issues. But I think there was other challenges leading up to this, Commissioner. Obviously, COVID restrictions and our inability to enforce a lot of that. So moving forward, what we're looking at now is the number of parks that we have within the city. It's important for others to take on that responsibility to address those issues within those parks and not make it a LAPD issue again, as we saw in Echo Park. And we're seeing that now as other requests are coming through as reopening to try to address some of these encampments and so forth that are out throughout the city. Is again, we call LAPD to address it. And I think having those other departments have those abilities to address that before we have to get involved would minimize our involvement in having to repeat this Echo Park incident.
Commissioner Kalanche, I'd just like to add to that a bit. The City of Los Angeles park system is extremely vast. I think we all know that. And the responsibilities within that system have grown in scope, they've grown in dimension, and they've grown in challenge. And I think currently the growth of park rangers is something that we would invite the city family to take a look at, because the responsibilities are tremendous and there's a very, very limited number of armed park rangers that can be distributed throughout the city. And as a result of that, small problems can become larger problems, and maintenance of civility within our park system so that it can truly be a beautiful experience, not only at Echo Park, but elsewhere by everyone, not only those within that neighborhood, but citywide, is something that I believe all Angelinos would welcome. But currently the numbers are very small. Also, for example, and I'll turn it over to Chief Moore, there are other issues at different parks within the city of Los Angeles, particularly in South Bureau, where not only the department Office of Operations is providing extra patrols, but also our E-platoon, our mounted unit, our horse patrols are going out there as well to provide support and safety for rec and park employees who oftentimes feel alone or isolated in their tremendous responsibilities within the park system. Chief, I'm not sure if you want to add anything to the park ranger conversation.
It's a great partnership. This operation was impacted by the lack of personnel, both in the run up to this event what the essence of in talking with the operations team and Central Bureau and Rampart, by the way, I think did a phenomenal job, each of those entities, but in formulating this after action. The fact that the park rangers were unable to maintain park closures through patrols and through presence resulted in what was a rec center that had a shelter growing into an encampment that became an enclave and a village, if you will. So that's one aspect. But even leading into this event, the department would have preferred that we had not been involved, that this closure would have taken place from in its entirety with absolutely no department involvement. But that was absolutely an impossibility. And then once we restored closure of the park, even the maintenance of security around the park, as people in social media and others suggested that they were going to reoccupy the park. The lack of available staffing by rec and parks provided us to have to augment that further. Lastly, there's a code of conduct regarding our parks. They are public spaces that are open to everyone. And they are some of those beautiful spaces in Los Angeles. And we're also park starved. But there is an expectation that that code of conduct have a visible presence of armed and unarmed uniformed rangers to afford that interaction, that just remind people of what the restrictions are relative to the use of the parks. And that is something that reinforces that social contract and good order. And in the absence of those resources, it becomes a 911 LAPD responsibility. And that's the essence of this, is that we need to expand alternatives to law enforcement, alternatives to LAPD. And this is a park situation, which is a prime opportunity to do just that, and which would balance our obligations. And in this task, I think it would not have mattered at the end of it, but it was allowed to go too long. But going forward, let's avoid it going forward.
Got it. So the recommendation to fill those vacancies can add to another model for public safety that wouldn't require relying on LAPD for most issues that occur at the parks. And I agree. I mean, I feel that there's public safety doesn't necessarily always mean, calling LAPD, but we have to invest in those other resources. If the city wants to maintain, their parks or other public spaces in the city. Okay, so moving forward, something that the public can support with is getting those, public, those park ranger positions filled, or any other, alternatives that could assist in keeping these public spaces safe, so that the rest of the community can enjoy, and our patrol officers can work on addressing these larger issues of crime. So that makes sense. I have a quick other follow-up question about the 179 rejected cases. What is the rationale for the city attorney rejecting those cases?
Let me take that in that I spoke directly with City Attorney Fuhrer regarding this. And in candor, I shared with him that I was disappointed in his announced its decision. Essentially, they reviewed the failure to disperse a closed area as in the interest of justice, which I won't argue. The efforts of making a detention or into an arrest, into a prosecution takes many factors, and deciding whether or not to prosecute for what essentially starts out as civil disobedience. First of all, First Amendment protected protests and activities that can then devolve into acts of civil disobedience, which are laws that are broken, but yet the person believes that it's important enough that they're going to exercise that disobedience and face potential prosecution, to acts of property damage or injury. And then the civil disobedience which was what this essentially entailed. We had the potential for injury to officers, but we also had a significant requirement because of threats of violence, and because of the actions of perhaps people that were there and not there, that drafted hundreds of resources away from other parts of the city. And so in his decision not to in the interest of justice, prosecute these individuals. I won't differ with them, but I would just say that the balance of this needs to entail that the actors, of which individuals who stand there and say, I'm not advocating violence, but yet I stand here. And it's now resulting in the dispatch of hundreds of police officers and public safety resources that are drawing away from other parts of the city and areas that certainly need and are asking for emergency services. We heard today about 911 calls not being responded to. The city was on TAC alert on both those nights, and we were not responding to police work other than of major importance because of the draw on these resources. So I think that in this instance, I would have preferred that he'd addressed it differently than how his initial remark was. I won't argue with it now, but I do think that the calculus moving forward, to Commissioner Soboroff's point, is that if there is a belief that these arrests, people do not suffer potential for criminal sanction, or at least a hearing before an officer of the city attorney's office to understand people's individual responsibilities, that it could promote a certain amount of carelessness or recklessness on the part of participants, that there's no true consequence beyond the arrest. Lastly, we make these arrests not always in regards to whether or not there'll be prosecution. Sometimes, as in this instance, the physical arrest of these individuals stopped the conduct of officers being exposed to strobe lights and other dangers. And that is also a critical element, that whether it's prosecuted or not, if it's a lawful detention, then it's as needed in its duration. If it's a lawful arrest, it's on the elements of the crimes that we can articulate. The prosecution is beyond our control and a matter that's outside the chief's purview, or this commission, and a matter that I look to District Attorney Gascon and City Attorney Fuhrer to weigh all the competing factors.
Right. What was the disposition of the two arrests that happened inside the encampment?
There were no arrests inside the encampment.
I thought there was two.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me go back to Chief Grimaldo or Chief Labrada. Those two individuals were removed.
And the neighborhood prosecutor's dealing with it.
Yes, they were cited. I think it was for 63.44 subsection, I want to say B7. I may have that wrong. And I believe we haven't had the dispo on that yet.
So what I don't know, like the legal codes, Chief. So what were they arrested for?
Being in the park for a reason other than what the park is established for. So basically staying in the park.
The park was closed and they were detained. They were released on their own recognizance. They signed a promise to appear. So they were not incarcerated or in custody on this charge beyond what it took to process them through.
Cited out. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalante. Commissioner Bonner, I saw that you had your mic open.
I did. Thank you. Thank you very much. A couple of questions for the entire group, I suppose, but I'm going to start with probably the most difficult one because I don't know that there's an answer to it, but I just need to hear at least some thinking about it. And you have to kind of think a little bit back to the summer and then also going forward, since I understand there's a new ordinance that that also may involve some sort of enforcement activity occasionally along the way. So it's a risk, I think, of similar issues going forward. And with regard to this after action review, it relates to the pre-operational element of it and probably operational period 1. But the main issue, and I'm looking at least this is first addressed on page 25, I think, where it's discussing this ongoing challenge where you're trying to figure out how much presence you have at the very beginning. You don't want to have too many officers there for fear of provoking a situation and making it worse. But then you're always at risk of potentially not having enough resources there to deal with something that may rapidly unfold. And so that's why I'm first, I think there were some elements of that in some of the protests over the summer as well, which is a challenge. My understanding is that in the Chauvin verdict situation, where there was an expectation that there may be people in the streets, that was managed, or at least one major element of managing that issue was having officers on foot be, in the communities, using relationships to try to help, keep calm and so on and so forth. Now, obviously, we won't, given the way that came out, we won't ever know whether that was how effective that was, but it's my belief that it did have some positive impact based on some of what I've heard from some in the community. But so here, what I'm reflecting on is that you have a different, I talked before about, in my view, the importance of understanding the nature of the protest, the nature of the crowd control, and why people are there. So in that first situation, again, you had people who had relationships, who were working those relationships leading up to the potential event, in the effort to try to mitigate, and also presumably in the effort to add to the intelligence, you're in, and to help address this issue is what's the proper placement of resources, how much, where, so on and so forth. In this situation, where you've got, a different population of people, it's a crowd control and an issue that relates to persons experiencing homelessness and so on, multiple agencies involved. What I'm asking, first of all, is if you can speak just a little bit of whether it's the thinking at the time, or more importantly, the thinking as it evolves. How would you envision, really engaging on that issue? Again, I note that I think you had a good mitigation strategy leading up to the trial and the verdict, because you put people out on the street and had those relationships. Here, we're a different population of people gathering for different reasons, different agencies involved. Can you speak to how that went here? Like, what was the conversation with the Rexham Park and LASA and the others who were involved, but also how you envision kind of managing that going forward, getting the whole thing off to the right foot, if you will?
Mr. Bonner, I'll begin there, and then I'll turn it over to Captain Lopez, since it is his backyard, being Rampart area. But the outreach was ongoing for several months, including the 2 times in which the department actually advocated for the delays in any operation moving forward, as you've seen during this presentation. So you not only had from the ground level senior lead officers and the local command, but you also had outreach on a larger level through CD13, through organizations, so that people could understand that at some point in time, the situation was becoming untenable and would have to see some type of conclusion. So I think the outreach was ongoing, but I think we were also up against, or buttressed with, groups that basically stated that they were very determined, if any action were to take place, if permanent housing was not provided, not temporary, but permanent housing, that the alternative they were seeking was a repopulation of the park, despite any efforts of the department or other agencies to prevent that. So this is where, as a planning team, we had great angst, judging from and looking at what we could garner from social media, the strength of followings of the different influencers within social media. What would we be up against with regard to repopulation of that park as we tried to erect a fence? And many of our conversations with the city attorney office revolved around our anxiety of trying to prevent a confrontation with a repopulation of that park. So we had kind of an obstinance and a belief that that could truly be a reality, despite the outreach that was going on at the ground level and with many of our city partners throughout this time period, and throughout the time period between the 2 stops that the department was adamant about because of the COVID situation and our deployment. Captain Lopez, from the Rampart view, could you please?
Let me also just put a finer point on the question as well, so that as the captain responds. So part of what I'm reflecting on is one situation where you have relationships in the community, or in a community. So you could send people to this neighborhood, to that street, to these business owners. Here, where you have a different population of people, one version of it would be, were there people living in the encampment with whom you had existing relationships, with whom you could collaborate as well, in order to help in the planning and to keep, help to mitigate? Or, an extension of that is, how would you, if the answer to that is yes, I'd like to, hear a little bit of that. But it strikes me as a greater challenge when you're dealing with a different population of people, in some cases who are transient, in some cases people coming in and out of the location who may not have, deep relationships there, or people coming to the site, as I understand the situation here. So that's kind of what I'm, trying to understand is if how well that worked or how well you managed that, if that was a consideration, but if it isn't an ongoing thing that issue you're going to wrestle with.
Very good points, Commissioner. So you had two distinct groups within Echo Park. You had the people experiencing homelessness who were actually living in the park, and then you had the social activist group that would show up to support the people experiencing homelessness. The outreach efforts went on for over a year with my senior leads in the park every day. And then in 2021, when Urban Alchemy got into place and came in and started their outreach efforts. As stated before in other presentations, sometimes you have to build relationships with the people experiencing homelessness to get them to accept housing and services. And sometimes that is repeated conversations, repeated offerings, and building that trust to get them to leave the park, what they believe is their secure environment. Oftentimes what we saw in leading up to the event is that we had people who left for various housing, either Project Room Key or Project Home Key, but they would come back to the park during the day to visit, and then they'd go back. What we also saw building up to the operation is that it got out that if you come to Echo Park, you are going to get housing. So the number we were taking counts continuously every day, and we were looking at the people experiencing homelessness and seeing that number go up to 100 and then come back down to 75 and go back up and then come down to 50. And strategically, you could see it decreasing as we're leading up to the closure of the park. Also, we saw various protest groups show up and exercise their First Amendment rights to support the homeless, but we could see that they would organically disappear throughout the evening if they didn't have conflict with LAPD, if they didn't see us. They accepted the slows and they understand the difference between a senior lead officer and other officers. And the senior lead officers, they recognize by face and name and would be able to talk to them. But we would strategically use them so we didn't influence the violence. We didn't influence that confrontation. And so by strategically monitoring the group, we saw, especially the day before the operation, we knew that they posted that they would show up, and they did. And we watched them, we monitored them, and organically it dissipated throughout the night to the event when we began the operational period. So it was very calculated, and it was discussed through the incident management team and with the guidance of Chief Gamala. We executed that plan to make sure that we didn't influence any violence or any confrontation leading up to the operation.
I'd like you to address a little bit, another aspect of, I believe it's embedded in Commissioner Bonner's question. There are groups that, to the groups that were adversary, I understand, Captain, you avoided them there. What outreach groups to the other established organizations in Central Bureau in the Rampart area as to communicating what was happening there and what efforts were to provide housing to, if you will, try to build relationships with people that perhaps were not reaching out to us or were initially rebuffing us?
Okay, so leading up to the operation, like I said, we did countless footbeats into the park. We did countless outreach efforts to the people experiencing homelessness. All those outreach efforts were captured on body-worn video. We also reached out to various other groups and had countless social media Zoom calls where we discussed the park and having them support the operation in knowing that it was going to happen, but not knowing the day. We reached out to other stakeholders that were in the area that voiced their opinion that they wanted something done. I also spoke with both council districts who border that park and ensured them that that during the operation, the residents would be allowed to go to their homes and they could relay that to their constituents. We reached out to the neighborhood council as well and spoke with the neighborhood council of the area and let them know what we were going to do. We also used our CPAB members. I used my CPAB members and our clergy council to go up into that area and help us build that connection to the other community stakeholders within that area, building up into the operation.
I
Commissioner,
appreciate that. No, I'm sorry, sure.
If I may add, so it shouldn't also be understated. We had LASA at our command post. We had the manager of the UHRC at our command post. We had the councilmatic staff at our command post. So the negotiations and the support of those negotiations were ongoing. Even when Urban Alchemy was done for the day and packed up and going home, there were continuous support of those outreach efforts by the Rangers, by Al Slows for the persons experiencing homelessness. As to your part of the question about how it sort of how it went fluidly, I think that's the word you used. I think Captain Lopez is understating his efforts on the first night. It was his tireless negotiations on the ground in the field with the leaders of that protest group that got that group to continuously move south on Glendale Boulevard so that they could be moved out of the area and not obstruct the construction that was going on. That second night, when mass arrest situations were necessary, Captain Stabile was on the ground begging the organizers to just tell them to put the strobe lights away. We understand you're out here and we understand you're out here to express your anger, but if you just put the strobe lights away, then we can all stand down from this. And that only intensified the activity by the people who were there primarily to, as Captain Lopez pointed out, to engage the police, to Commissioner Sobrov's point, to whatever end they wanted to engage the police on, whether that be some social media presence or their own personal satisfaction. But those negotiations were continuous and ongoing all through the event.
I appreciate that additional context, and I think it'll be helpful also as I take another run through the report at some point to add that additional context, if you will. I'll just move on here quickly in the interest of time. One that should be very easy to answer. There was the discussion about documentation and record keeping, and particularly as it relates to less lethal and how to track that better. And the specific question there is, this was all discussed as the deployment of less lethal, and I'm just wanting to clarify: does deployment mean issuing the weapons, having them available, or deployment meaning actual use, firing of, say, the 37 millimeter?
Commissioner Bonner, the actual use of the weapon system, yes.
Got it. Okay, got that. And then thirdly, there was the discussion about videographers and photographers. And that part of the discussion, kind of emphasized the value of having people who are better trained and having that technology in order to capture, damage that might be done to property, harm that might be done to officers, and so on. And that, very much stands to reason. But is there also a consideration of two questions on this line? One is there a consideration of how those tools can be used to assess, performance? So we're doing this after action review now, and so presumably that would be one benefit of having that kind of footage. The other is, if you had it here, I think that part of the problem with the report pointed out, so you didn't have much of it here. If you had it, would it be subject to the same policies and of releasing body worn or something else, or is that some area that we would need to address? So, two-part question. One is the value of it. Is it just to look at potential harm to officers, or can it also be an assessment tool? And what would how broadly would it be made available to the public?
So the first one, Commissioner, is regarding the use of it and having it there. It's a valuable tool. Even now in the ongoing events that are occurring in the city, whether they're protests or marches, we have those videographers. It's a requirement for us to have that out there because it documents the activity overall. It documents the notifications if, unfortunately, it becomes a dispersal situation or orders are given. But it also documents the overall activity of the crowd and the officers. The second part of that also, as you know, our body worn video captures a lot of that. So it's important for us to have both the overall video of our videographers to capture that image of the entire operation, the entire briefing. We also record the briefing to ensure that the message to our officers to talk about the objectives of what we're going to be doing to facilitate a First Amendment effort, all our efforts to let our officers know that our intent is to support the event as much as we can without tolerating violence and vandalism. But also all that needs to be documented and shared as well with our officers. But it gives us an additional tool in the future to address concerns of complaints, obviously, concerns of officers not acting appropriately, but also to cover our officers if allegations are made that there was inappropriate actions or behavior by the officers, just as a body worn video would be. Same same concept and ensuring that release is appropriate based on what we need to provide to the community and the public.
So on that second point, are you saying that if that footage is available going forward, that it would be treated the same way as body worn?
Yes, it would be treated the same way in the manner in which that's released. Recently at another protest in Rampart, some of that footage was released, not necessarily the video, but body worn footage that was utilized to talk about some of the allegations that were brought upon from that protest. We were able to use that footage to show the actions of our officers. So it would be the same process, sir.
Okay, I think we'll want to understand maybe that and just split those hairs a few as this area unfolds, I think. But I appreciate that. Last question that I had, and this relates to the media since there was so much discussion of it earlier in this report. And I'm speaking particularly to the challenge of identifying, who really is part of the media. Arguably, any of us could show up anywhere with a mobile device and self-identify as a member of the media. The question is, are you in conversation with the media about this issue? If the challenge were identifying accountants who might show up or member of a trade, you might reach out to the trade association and figure out, get their ideas as well as to how they self-police and how they really what might approach this. Is there some existing or conversation, or should there be with the media as to help out on this issue?
I can take that in part, Mr. Bonner. Yes, the RTNA and the LA Press Club has been working with Captain Spell under the Office of the Chief of Staff as we are trying to develop those issues even further in response not only to the after action report now, but that one as well, reflecting last year's activity. So the relationship has been established. I know they are having conversations, but I think Captain Spell could probably speak more specifically to what those conversations entail. But I am aware that relationship has been established.
Excellent, thank you. One last question real quick, and just stepping back very broadly on all this, again, multiple agencies. And as I said, I don't know whether the recent ordinance will lead to additional activity in this area, but I assume that it will at some point in some way. And so the question just is there someone other than the LAPD that's also taking that very broad look at all of the pieces? And I'm not at all talking about to try to point fingers and assessing one, agency or the other. I'm just saying because this reflects the need to have a very collaborative approach to these kinds of incidents. And so the question is whether the assessment and recommendations going forward are also going to be done in some collaborative way. Someone other than LAPD issuing an after action report reflecting on the full picture. Is there someone else that's guiding a broader look that would take what you produced here and then include what other reflection other agencies may have and then kind of put it all into one mix so that there's a more comprehensive approach to improvement?
So let me try to address that. I believe that, well, first of all, this report, subject to your approval, it will be forwarded to the City Council for their consideration. I am encouraged that Deputy Mayor for Homelessness, Deputy Mayor Ramirez, is working with the Council as well as CAO and CLA on a citywide strategy as part of the UHRC, the Unified Homeless Response Center, Resource Center. And also now with the appointment of Commander Billy Brockway as the department's homeless coordinator that has those coordinations. I'm encouraged by that also because of the recently released street engagement strategy by the chief administrative officers, the CAO, that speaks specifically about outreach and engagement by LASA and teams outside of LAPD to engage encampments and sites that are in sensitive use locations. And over a period of time to have that engagement result in housing and services long before LAPD is called for the enforcement aspect of it. And that there's an after action report in those instances, that there's details and information about what that outreaching and engagement consisted of and what the results were, as well as if there is needed enforcement later, what was the consequence of that and the details. So this is a whole of government. It needs to be. The park strategies across the city with hundreds of parks needs to be a strategy that is not defined by individual council districts, but is instead has consistency. And I know Mike Scholl and I talk about that. He's a general manager of Rec and Park, and he's similarly desired that, which really is the department entity for the city, also responsible for the conduct of what happens at those parks. So I do believe that the evidence by these recent reports and the action of the council in recrafting 4118, which I believe is what the ordinance that you're speaking of, that was recently adopted by the council and approved by the mayor, does call out for this large scale, broad coordination and assessment and delivery, and not just solely LAPD being called and pointed into a direction to go make an arrest.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much, Chief Gurmala and crew. And thank you, President Briggs, for accommodating me.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much for your presentation, for the report that was submitted, and to all the questions that you've answered thus far. And thank you to my colleagues for some of those questions, which I did have on my list. So, but I do want to go about some of these issues slightly differently. And there is an item, and to pick up on the last question asked, and perhaps some of the statements made by the chief. But in the report, there's a statement that the structure and organization of city departments creates confusion regarding which entity holds final authority over public space. I would like to have a better understanding of what you meant by that, and perhaps it is what you've already said, but I'd like to understand that, whether it will remain a council by council decision in moving forward, and in fact, whether you do believe the ordinance will be changing the scenario that you've described in this report. And perhaps the chief's answer to the last question answers that, but I just want to understand based on that statement made in the report.
Well, I'll ask the team who dealt with this at Central Bureau and Operations level and Captain at Rampart to initially address what you're alluding to there as far as coordination with Rex and Park, DOT, council office, mayor's office, and so forth. Lassa.
Commissioner Decker, I'll begin and then I'll turn it over to Captain Labrada. But as we could see, looking at this overview, the complexity of the city family, their obligations, their responsibilities, where they overlap, where they may be solely responsible for in a certain function, and coordinating with those entities is very complex. But also we have the layer of the council district as well. The council district's desire, their responsiveness to their communities, what they feel their sense of obligation is, where they want to influence or provide direction to the department for the type of action that they would like to see take place. And currently, speaking for the Office of Operations, for the very dedicated command staff that I'm privileged to work with, it's a huge challenge because oftentimes, depending on council district, depending on issue or problem, depending on scope of problem, there are different philosophies, different timelines, and different requests that are made of the department. And we oftentimes, I know I personally will go to Chief Moore to help me help them, meaning the commanding officers, navigate what is oftentimes a very complicated situation. So we may have, for example, a part of a council district experiencing a certain issue, but there are different schools of thought on how the department should interact. Should they take an enforcement approach or should they back off totally and allow other city entities to step in? And the chief has been very helpful in guiding us in our thought processes that, again, the LAPD should not be the lead in most of these situations. The LAPD is part of a very committed and supportive city family. And we don't necessarily believe that the LAPD should take the lead on many of these issues. Should we be involved? Yes. Should we be supportive? Yes. Should we have community and officer safety at the forefront? Yes. But he often cautions us not to go too full speed ahead without understanding the dynamics and what an LAPD presence could cause to maybe complicate a situation further. But it is an ongoing challenge, and we have a couple of those challenges in the hopper right now. And I know the chief was helping me with one actually last night. Al, did you want to say anything on that?
Commissioner, I think Chief Kamala covered that point. One of the other aspects of that is just, going back to the Echo Park report, the initial request when the chief and I came in, we took, as I mentioned in the report, it's a fresh perspective. We took a fresh look at this thing. The timing was not right. Guidance from not only the outreach perspective that we didn't feel was appropriate at the time where they were in January at the time to start this operation, but also what the investment was from the other departments. And what the chief alluded to is the issue from last night is what is the other department's responsibility and roles in addressing this before it becomes an LAPD call for 911 to now have officers on a skirmish line to deal with crowd issues. What was done in anticipation to try to minimize this before it became another Echo Park or became another encampment or another vending issue. So those are the things we meant by that, is that other departments have to take a more invested role to look at the long-term results of our inactions in some cases or actions, and to avoid it becoming a police-driven issue again, as it has in many of these instances. And I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Well, I think so. I think I'm hearing it remains a council by council decision, and whether they bring and engage all the city departments, and that the new ordinance is really not changing that scenario. Is that an accurate assessment? No, Chief, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I would refer right back to the street engagement strategy that was published by the CAO. And it talks about in its summary that the use of these procedures in 4118, the modifications, will prioritize and the prioritization and management of the city and the homeless system's limited resources, prioritization of encampments, consistency in procedures, and the collection of data and metrics to measure the strategy's success. And the document takes some time to then articulate the basis of how the CAO, working in concert with the CLA and the council and the mayor, sees that prioritization and management. So there is greater consistency and transparency, both for the public as well as for departments. Expectations of sanitation, expectations of Bureau of Street Services, expectation of DOT, of LAPD, fire, all the hosts of our services in concert with LASA. I'm encouraged by this report because it's a newer report that specifically identifies teams, 17 of these teams, that's going to be charged with outreach and engagement at these envisioned problematic sites that are not law enforcement, that are contracted through LASA and engaged in a systematic manner over months, admittedly, to deal with these sites long before LAPD becomes involved. So I do think that all of us are learning from this. In speaking with council members, they have evolved over time. Some that have started with a very protective or an attitude of permissiveness for public use lands for purposes that are unlawful, and that LAPD or community members may argue can become a deterrent to public safety. And over time, they thought the balance test struck the need for discretion and the need for allowance or leniency. And then over time, they've seen those situations escalate or deteriorate, and now believe that a stronger posture is needed. Our involvement in that is we need to make sure that we as a city are communicating to the public that this is a city conversation and city determination, and not LAPD dictating or determining when the enforcements are going to come in some unilateral fashion. The reason for that is that I firmly believe as a chief, and I know this commission expects, that this is a department that's going to remain responsive to its elected leaders as to the prioritization of these matters, and so that we do not see an enforcement-led strategy, but rather a services-led strategy. In its implementation, though, there are rough spots along the way, but we're committed to staying at the table and working through them.
Well, thank you, Chief. I appreciate those comments, and to hear there are 17 teams from LASA that will be working on specific areas of concern is certainly progress, since the report indicates LASA was not as helpful as they could have been in this situation, and the council district had to find other services that could be brought in to assist. I guess I still am not hearing that that there remains confusion, is what I'm hearing, as to which city entity holds final authority. I do understand it's a city of collaboration, but I bring it up because of the statement in the report that part of the background here was confusion as to final authority over public spaces. And I also hear the department very actively saying it should be led by others. It should be led by service-oriented organizations. And you've taken great pains to indicate it was not the department's decision to go in, but obviously the department gets put in the situation because of the lack of services that have been provided over a fairly lengthy, consistent period of time. And to not have an entity in the city or elsewhere that's taking authority and responsibility for this, inevitably it then becomes an issue the department has to deal with. Usually very late in the process, where it could have been dealt with much earlier. And I assume you're saying that that's part of what the department is endeavoring to do, is to push all the city entities to take greater responsibility very early on in the process, and to get a handle on that. Is that a fair assessment of what you're presenting today?
Yes, and at the same time, recognizing the last 18 months during this pandemic has created challenges and tensions within for city services and use of park space and others that are unmatched. And so during that time, we want to make sure that we call for a unified, shared responsibility for this matter, and that there does need to be, at the end of the day, Recs and Park, and be clear, is responsible for Rec and Parks land. All properties are the general manager's responsibility for recreations and park. The answers to the mayor, and then council oversight and council involvement relative to budget and calls for resolutions and actions. But at the end of the day, the charter makeup of this city is that the responsibilities for the Rec and Park properties is the general manager of that department, answerable directly to the mayor as a chief executive, and then overseen, and if you will, by the balancing power of the council. The council in this effort, with 15, I think what the individual captains are finding confusion with is that individual council persons may evolve over time, or are evolving over time, as to what specific enforcement strategies they want. And there may be an uneven blanket, a quilt, if you will, of many variations of that. That is important, that's where I come in as a chief and the bureau chiefs and the chief of operations, is to try, while there will be subtle differences, there generally should be consistent policies as to access to parkland. There generally should be consistent policies as to the overnight use of parklands, so that one, as we move around the city, can have confidence that there is not favoritism or some type of bias, including discrimination, because of what part, quote unquote, part of the city that you're in, as to the level of law enforcement or to the level of exercising the rules that and the laws that are on the books.
Thank you, Chief. With respect, and I just want to follow up briefly on questioning already made by Commissioner Briggs and Bonner on media. And I understand Chief Grimala, Captain Snell is taking lead on that. I would just ask in his work on doing that to ensure that there's an evaluation of what other cities, other departments are doing as well, because certainly the issues of defining media and dealing with media in an organized and structured way, and engaging different individuals in the media has changed over time, and I'm sure other cities and other departments around the country are also dealing with that. Final question for, I believe, Chief Gramala, and I do thank your team for putting together this after action report. I would ask your brief overview, Chief, in terms of lessons learned that were able to be from last year's after action reports, and while they were not finalized by the time of this March event, the department had well worked on its internal after action report of the protests of 2020. Were there lessons learned from 2020 that you were able to engage and improve and employ those changes with respect to Echo Park? I'd like to hear about the progress that you feel was able to be made.
Thank you for the opportunity, President Decker. I'll begin with planning. The importance of a robust planning piece. Even when we know that there is uncertainty, there are going to be questions about what a department will be encountering, is something that still has to be thought out well beyond one operational period, and well thought out, looking at worst case scenarios. For example, something that we've continued to do in the Office of Operations is it is much more difficult to try to locate and call up resources and people to help with the execution of an operation. Rather plan maybe a little bit above what the normal margins are. That does not mean you have to deploy those officers or those resources, but you should have them placed discretionarily in places in which they can be called upon expeditiously to not only support public safety, community safety, the prevention of not only loss of life, but property damage, but also, so importantly, officer safety. This is something from the rank and file that we heard. We heard loud and clear that they did not want to be out in precarious situations, feeling that they were having to overextend themselves, maybe because they were short-handed, they were short in number, and then we often see circumstances that no one wants to see when officers feel that they are outnumbered and must outnumbered rather, and react to situations that are basically untenable. So the planning piece, the deployment of resources, the connectivity that we had during this planning at every step of the way with the Office of Support Services through the DOC, the Department Operations Center. And to Commander Graham, your connectivity as the incident commander with the DOC to ensure that the use of resources, the planning of resources was never an exact science, but it was as close to that as we could get. Second, the instruction during the roll call briefings by the incident commander and by a staff officer on commander's intent, and making very clear to those officers and the supervisors, the line supervision, what the expectations of the department are, of what the commission is, and quite frankly, the general public as to our comport, our behavior, and the use, especially of less lethal munitions, is something that is critical. And it was something that not only the IC then, Commander Graham and I spoke about, but many of the other involved supervisors. Officers want instruction. Officers want to be led and given guidance, not for us to make up things on the fly and to leave them out there and vulnerable. That's on us if we put officers in that situation. So I think that those were also lessons learned where clear guidance, clear instruction, even knowing that circumstances will be fluid, they will be unpredictable. That's the business, sadly, that we're in. Unpredictable circumstances, and we can only plan so far and predict so far. But I think that was clear and important. The emphasis of and the responsibility for, as Chief Labrada pointed out, the documentation of less lethal munitions use. We should not be combing through hours and hours of body-worn video and other video, even video from media sources, to identify, are less lethal munitions use. And the fact that it was chronicled on the 214s, we didn't find out after the fact that there were more deployments of either 37, 40 millimeter, or any other types of use of force were extremely important to us in this process. But also a lesson learned from 2020, and I give full credit to the IC, Commander Graham, on this, is making it clear in the briefings that you need to ask for permission if less lethal munitions will be authorized in this operation at different points in time. And you could hear over the air the broadcast made by the operations chief. I know at one point in time, it was Captain Lopez in certain situations. Quote unquote, is less lethal munitions authorized? And quite frankly, initially, the response from the IC, Commander Graham, was no. Less lethal munitions is not being authorized at this time. So the situational awareness piece of an incident commander, having dialogue and communications from the field, so an incident commander can have that situational awareness, to have a downlink in place so that incident commander can make educated decisions on what is happening out there, and if necessary at times, respond out to scenes that can be limited, but to get a feel for what is happening on the ground, what line supervision is experiencing, and what officers are experiencing is critical. And I think I could go on, but I think I'm going on too long. I'm going to cut myself off. But I hope that gives an indication that the information from 2020 did not fall on deaf ears, not only at the officer level, but at line supervision level and at staff officer level as well.
Commissioner Decker, you're muted. Are you?
Thank you, Chief Grimala. Thank you, Chief Labrada and Captain Lopez. Very much appreciate your answering of all the questions. I have nothing further, President Briggs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief Grimala, Chief Labrada, Captain Lopez, Commander Graham, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience and sitting here with us. Commissioner Calanche, you had a question?
Yes, can I ask a follow-up question? I'm so sorry.
Sure.
I'll try to make it super short. This might be for Commander Graham. Something I noted in the report on page 57, 58 was the less lethal. I'm wondering, and based on the description of the different munitions, it seemed like there was more munitions used that were targeted versus crowd dispersal. And I wanted to understand that because according to the definition, the 40 and the bean bags are more specific to an individual that maybe needs to, a targeted individual versus the 37 as more crowd control. And I wanted to understand that. And I highlighted this and it didn't come up until I heard Commissioner Bonner talk about less lethal. I wanted to understand why there was more that was targeted to an individual versus crowd dispersal, which is only 6.
So if I can approach your question from the other way.
Okay.
When authorization is given for 37, for the release of the 37 millimeter for crowd dispersal, it's because the actions of the crowd in its entirety is the danger to themselves, the public, or the officers. And so when the need to move that entire crowd, such as the incidents that were occurring up on Sunset Boulevard on day 2, the entire crowd was the issue. The use of the targeted munitions when the situation is that individuals in the crowd are posing the danger towards officers or the public, and the less lethal munitions, the target specific, can be used with those individuals to mitigate those threats without having to utilize the more indiscriminate 37 millimeter to move the entire crowd. So you will probably, in most of these that we review, see more deployments of target specific, because the instances where the entire crowd becomes the threat to the officers are that's a lot higher of a bar to get to than if I can mitigate the actions of this individual, then it will mitigate the danger. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so when, in this instance, if once the munitions that is targeted, I'm assuming that there's a target that's identified and
yes,
have follow-up on the what happens to that target? Like
so
other worst cases.
it depends on the fluidity of the situation. So in reviewing a lot of the body worn video, our officers are doing a much better job at self-narration as to what's going on for them to make their decision making. So in some instances where you'll hear them, that's the one with the laser, and then they'll utilize the deployment, or they'll utilize the weapon system for that particular individual. Now, the fluidity of it, what happens afterwards, in some cases that individual reacts by moving back into the crowd, and then we don't see that individual again. In some instances, the arrest line could be pushed forward, and individuals that are causing that problem can be taken into custody at that point. But it really depends on what's happening right there at the skirmish line level, whether or not that individual is taken into custody. In any case, all deployments should be recorded on the ICS form 214 by the supervisor of that particular unit to document the use of the less lethal force.
And who would authorize the deployment of the individual munition? Like,
that would be
the officer's decision, or is there some sort of chain of command?
So there's the supervisors at the scene have the best assessment tool for the individual. For 37 millimeter to be utilized and to be released, it requires the incident commander to give that order.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to because it seemed like it was more of a crowd control issue, but looking at the munitions that were used, it seemed like it was like more targeted towards specific individuals that might have been creating. I just wanted to understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalance. As I started to say, thank you, Chief Ramallah, Chief Labrada, Captain Lopez, Commander Graham, for the presentation, for the after action report, and most importantly, for the recommendations moving forward. That's what we'd like to see, because then it gives us what lessons have been learned from this action, how we can improve as a department and move forward as a department. And with that said, the recommended board action is for us to review and accept the department's report and transmit the report to the mayor and the city council. I move this forward. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. We really appreciate all the hard work that you put into this. We're now going to go into a closed session, which will commence at 2:15. Thank you all.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A and 5B in accordance with Government Code 54957.
We have a quorum. We're just waiting on Mr. T-Bank to join us. So the commission has completed this closed session. Back on the record. Mr. T-Bank, do you want to put it out, please?
Yes, Commissioner President. As to item 5A1 OIS 039-20, the commission unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations, which were tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 Police Officer 3, and 2 Police Officer 2s. Tactical debrief, 3 Police Officer 2s. Drawing, exhibiting, in policy, 1 Police Officer 3, 4 Police Officer 2s. Lethal use of force, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 Police Officer 3. Again, vote unanimous, 5-0. As to item 5A2, non-tactical unintentional discharge 041-20. Commission unanimously adopted the chief's recommendations on a 5-0 vote. Tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Police Officer 3. Drawing and exhibiting does not apply. Non-tactical unintentional discharge, accidental discharge, negligent discharge, 1 Police Officer 3. As to item 5B, the commission appointed the following as civilian hearing examiners: Cassandra Bailey, Mylene Brooks, Jaime De La Garza, Thomas Donovan, Deborah Drawley, Barry Edwards. The vote on that was 4-1, and that concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. At this time, there being no further business, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
This has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.